Welcome everyone to this nanoGUNE workshop 2022 by the predoctoral researchers. Today we celebrate the 13th, I believe, anniversary of nanoGUNE. For this purpose, as the PhDs have organized a series of seminars and activities that we hope that are of your interest. I would like to personally thank everyone involved in the organization of this event. Particularly the PhDs and Sue and Itziar for their help. And well, this year we have a series of seminars, and then in the afternoon we will announce the winner of a photo contest, which we organized, which was very successful as last year. We also have envisioned a poster session that unfortunately couldn't take place given the current COVID restrictions here in the building, but still it's going to be a nice event, and we are looking very forward to all of the seminars. I would like a quick advice if you want to ask questions here in the seminars, and so you should raise your hand, as you can see in the slides. And I would like to ask to the people here in the seminar that please, if you want to join in the Zoom session, please do it mute, because otherwise the sound will couple with the noise of the room. So without further, I think we can get started with Tamalika Banerjee. I hope that I pronounced the name well. She's a professor at the CERNIC Institute for Advanced Materials in Kolleg Center at the University of Groningen. She leads a research group in electronics and functional materials, and she is a member of different education programs and committees within the university. She will be talking today about ethics in scientific research. So we are looking forward to your presentation. Tamalika, thanks for being here today. And you can share your screen now.
Good morning. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
I can see no one, so I just wanted to assure.
Okay.
Yes. So good morning and thank you. And in particular, I would like to thank three of your members who had contacted me, Isabel and Ushue and Mikhail. And I am really happy that you have organized this predoctoral, this workshop on ethics for your doctoral and postdoctoral researchers. I'm also thrilled to hear about your 13th year, so congratulations for that as well. I have been to nanoGUNE. I have quite some very close colleagues there, Luis and Felix, but I think they're not in this workshop today, of course. So let me start by saying that it's a very timely topic that you have chosen, and ethics in scientific research is an extremely important part of our research dealings today. And I have been discussing this at various levels in our university for the past decade now almost. And I'd like to share some of those information and that I actually discuss with my students here. But first, let me start by showing this and kind of reminding us who we actually are. And then it puts in perspective as to why do we behave, how we behave, and probably also what our responsibilities could be and how is it reflected. So as has been said here, that we are people of very dissimilar temperaments. And some of them, excuse me, are collectors. Some are classifiers, some of them are compulsive tidiers, some are detectives by temperament, some are explorers, some artists, some artisans, And so there are poets and philosophers, and I'm sure that we can all identify with a few of these classes ourselves. Having said that, let me come to the topic immediately. And let us also try to understand that why is this ethics in science has become, gradually very important for us to also consider. Science, that's in Latin is scientia, or in English scientia, and that means knowledge. And we as researchers, we kind of acquire systematized knowledge, and that we do by either thinking, systematic studying, observation, experimenting. And this is in fact common in all branches of sciences, whether we do physics or chemistry or biology or even economics, we do it in this way. But most importantly, and that is what is a crucial thing to notice now, is science is of course always predicated on trust. And in the light of several collaborations and collaborative ventures that we participate in, science we never do in isolation. We do in constant interaction with human beings, with nature, with also animals. And thus we have to remain truthful and also trustworthy for that. So for us, the responsibility for us as researchers should be such that we are able to, to disseminate this information that we have acquired in a very, very accurate manner, because these are relevant. Unknowingly, when we do science, we don't take these into consideration, but this has got a very important relation to how our society develops, how this science is in fact the building block for political decision making, for societal development. And as you have seen in the past 2.5 years, it has even become very important for how we actually report on the virus, what are the myths and what are the naysayers, and how do we deal with it. So all in all, having science and ethics in science is a responsibility, no matter whether we are in a research in an undergrad or a grad, or even us, should be very, very concerned about. So what I will be discussing here, and what I normally would like to give a very brief overview, is what is it that I kind of, in my decade of teaching this, feel is what constitutes research misconduct. And of course, there is an European Code of Conduct of Research Integrity. This is known as the ALIA, the All European Academies Code, and this is relevant for all branches of science, actually. And what are the principles of, what is the preamble of ALIA? And particularly because this is a predoctoral workshop, I would, excuse me, would be in fact trying to tell what is probably relevant for us as young researchers with regard to scientific integrity, regarding the planning of research, the conducting of research, data management, etc. These three things are particularly also relevant for various ways in which we as young researchers, after we have done this all carefully, how do we write our papers, what is allocation of credit, and the very important concept of plagiarism, and the very difficult job of whistleblowing. So normally I have it in a very interactive session, and I would have liked to have it as well today, but notwithstanding. The question that I always raise is, do you think is research misconduct an act of moral failure? And is research misconduct cases so rare, or is it a rare phenomena that we can simply ignore it? Well, it seems like the answer to both of them, happily enough, should have been the other way around. But what we see is slightly alarming, and it's something that we think that cannot be ignored. Now, this is a survey done by the Academies of Science in Europe and America, and as you can find the full volume here, the full information here. And this is by the Office of Research Integrity and Science, National Science Foundation in the US. And it's a decade-old statistics actually. Nevertheless, it's a very eye-opener where you could see that there are different classifications in which misconduct and plagiarism are being used, and the way that they are being actually punished, let's say. There could be different ways, as is shown here. But what I like to highlight is that over the years that this has come into place, the cases of misconduct and plagiarism reports have come into play, this has not, in fact, decreased. Rather, it's on the contrary. And this would also mean that we have seen a rise of retractions of papers from journals. And this is a plot which starts from quite a few decades ago. And what you can see is the number of retraction notices being steeply increasing over the past 2 decades or so. In that, if you subdivide them, you can see that the reasons for such retractions are of different kinds. They could be misconduct, research misconduct, which comes out of either fabrication or falsification of data. It could come from plagiarism. There isn't quite an honest, there's quite an important quotient of honest errors. And there could be other reasons for not being able to reproduce, being retracted because the researchers themselves could not reproduce it for the second time, etc. Whatever it is, what is important and what is summarized in this slide are 2 take-home messages. First is the number of retraction notices is in fact quite ripe and quite rampant in very high impact journals, as you can see here. But most importantly, I like to stress, of course, that this rapid rise of retraction, this rather very steep rise, this just didn't happen overnight. It's not like that in the past 2 decades, there were many more cases of scientific misconduct, but it of course owes a lot to the emergence of software, for the emergence of our social networking, and also the greater number of readers that internet brings to us. Of course, you all know about Millikan's oil drop experiment and how difficult it was to reproduce the value of E. But those are, incidents which are not very well documented or which is brought up to the public. This is again a fragmentation of the researcher misconduct in different areas and for different countries actually. And you could see that the per country of origin, the amount of misconduct or the articles that have been retracted on counts of fraud or suspected fraud, of plagiarism or duplicate publication, that's also an important thing that's coming up, is quite non-negligible and certainly can't be ignored. So the ORI, I have taken this from an ORI article, and the way that it's being said or is being discussed is research misconduct mostly accrues from poor supervision sometimes, or inadequate training. So you can see that for students, it could be that a student was scared to go to the PI because it was not a very nice conversation. And so there can be at that moment the temptation or the wrongdoings that comes up. It could also be that, there has not been a carefully driven atmosphere of training in an institute or in a university, in the sense that we do not train adequately how the younger generation should actually be publishing. So we do have quite a lot of writing workshops, etc., which helps us to at least alleviate that. It's not that it has completely, been successful in that. There's, of course, and this is what I feel is very relevant also for us, for researchers who have now passed the PhD. It's a high pressure job that we are all in. And there are always, when you're in a tenure track onwards and when you come up, we always are in this mad race of publishing. There's a lot of competition. And sometimes it's very difficult to keep our heads cool. There's of course personal circumstances, and needless to say that there is individual psychology. I must say here that the training that we have embarked on for the past decade here at the university also became quite important and relevant because we deal with students who come from different cultural aspects. For me, I come from India, and there are students who come from other different parts of the world. And for them, the way that we do science, or how we do science, or what we deliver to a PI, when a PI says that, no, I expected this data, so then the data sometimes comes according to the way that a PI expects. This all, leads to failures in doing science properly. So yes, indeed, it's not a simple, straightforward logic. If I ask a question again, is it simple? Can you answer that simply? No, it's not. What I've summarized in this last slide, and also to also enforce on it, we are also doing research along with industry-sponsored research. So we have to also we are in the need of commercialization. So there again, it's sometimes, excuse my saying so, but there's also quick and dirty kind of experiments sometimes, as against researchers in university who would like to reproduce the data for over almost 6 months to 1 year to have it all nice and greatly, very strong with the data. So this sometimes also leads to failures. And as I said, that there are competition for research. And in some cases, as I very much strongly enforce on, some students, in some cases, some students are genuinely unaware of what constitutes research misconduct. Thus, it becomes important for us to actually disseminate this information, or to even discuss what constitutes research misconduct with students of all, right from undergraduate to graduate, when we start dealing with experiments or with thought or theory and start writing our papers or writing our thesis. It becomes important to tell them what is it, what is the gray area in which you can call it that you have now crossed the line. So research misconduct is not rare, but actually is generally harmful. And if you think of the way that I say that it is harmful, because if really, if one really is in a way that you have conducted a research misconduct, it damages the reputation of colleagues, of your co-authors, of collaborators, of institutions. And very importantly, that our research is always done with public money. So we lose the confidence of the public. And sometimes it so happens, and it has happened, I'll give you a few examples of that, where an enormous amount of financial resources have been lost trying to repeat the experiments which are published in great journals like Nature and Science, but we are just not capable of reproducing them. So it's a wastage of financial resources. Sometimes the lives of PhDs, of postdocs, are just do not fly because of that. They do not even get a job because they do not have a meaningful publication, as their PhD work was built on reproducing the work of someone which was incorrect. So all in all, it is a damage to self, it's a loss of job career, but it's also a loss of funding. Now, there has been quite early on, this is the first unified code of conduct that was built upon in Singapore, in a workshop in Singapore. And that was preambled on certain principles that is being said here. I'll come, and the whole idea was to, to have a unified code of conduct, was to have unified policies, guidelines, codes of conduct, etc. But this itself is a very difficult to understand or to even consider, because as I said, we also do research in different cultural aspects. The research that is being done, let's say in Japan, in Europe, in America, might have different cultural connotations. And I'll show you also with an example what I mean by that. So to build a unified code of conduct is quite difficult. Nevertheless, in Europe, that is what is relevant for us here, there is an All European Academies code, which was revised in 2017. And over there, since I am in the Netherlands, I'll bring up, which is of course in ALIA, mostly all the participating nations do abide by this ALIA Code of Conduct. And in Netherlands, the Code of Conduct, which I also share with people, it's also preambled on five different major pointers. Let me read them up because it's important. First of all, it's the honesty. It's the honesty of reporting the research process accurately. One should be open about the margins of uncertainty. One should also refrain from making unfounded claims and that arises from fabricating or falsifying data. And very importantly, we are all human beings, as I showed in my first slide. We try to also be very happy when we have a good data, but then we should also understand that we should present the results in the context. It's neither more favorably or unfavorably than they actually are. And this is a tongue twister word, is scrupulousness. So this means that we have been using methods that are scientific or scholarly, and that we have taken into the best of our intentions, good care in designing them, and undertaking the experiments and reporting and disseminating. Transparency, it's of course very well understood. So we have to be clear. Now, as you know, all journals do have an account of how was the data acquired. We are now supposed to also put the data in the repository. So this is very important advance, I must say. And how were the data taken? What is the role played by an external stakeholder, if any? The independence. Now, this also becomes very relevant these days because sometimes we are bound by what the environment makes us to do. But we should have the independence of, assessing what are the methods that we would use to assess our data, what is the weight that should be attributed to alternative statements, and we should be not guided by non-scientific or non-scholarly considerations at any point of time. And of course, even when we have done all this, and unfortunately, if we had encountered or been in a research misconduct ourselves, we should know that we have to take the responsibility of that. And we acknowledge the fact that a researcher does not operate in isolation. We cannot finger point to one particular individual is what I very strongly think. And we should have the legitimate interest of humans and animal subjects and of the funding bodies and the environment. I'll just show you a couple of examples which is very significant and which made us, think a lot about how we actually do our data. The first one that I have picked up is the research misconduct done by Wang Wusuk, who rose to international fame by cloning this puppy. And he had said that he had extracted stem cells from cloned human embryos. And he was a very accomplished researcher in the sense that he had published a lot of work also in very important journals like Science. But there was a whistleblowing done, and by 2006 it was understood that he had fabricated the material for his research. And when he was back in Seoul, where he was working in Seoul National University, he was sacked and his papers were retracted and he spent 2 years in prison. So this is what I meant, that it is very difficult to also have a unified code of conduct, because in some countries, a research misconduct is punishable by law. If I'm not mistaken, in Scandinavian countries, this is also the case, but not in the rest of Europe. So it can be that, when you're out, you could have no career, but I'll come back to this particular case and show how it evolved over years. This is, of course, the case that I believe that most of us, if not all, are quite aware. This is the case that shook us. This is the case of Jan Hendrik Schoen, a young researcher in Bell Laboratories, and who was involved in research work, which is actually probably one of also the pillars of nanoGUNE's work on organic transistors, organic electronics. The development of organic transistors, because it was easy for technology, and you can use it for displays, etc. Bell Labs has a very unique culture of operation as well. it's a research. It was a research institute. It was also had some stronger connections with the AT&T and with the Lucent. A lot of shares were owned by different stakeholders, and Jan Hendrik Schoen particularly was a very productive researcher. He was working with Bertram Backlock, who was by himself a very important researcher in the field of superconductors, and in fact in correlated oxides and correlated materials. And gradually what happened was Jan Hendrik Schoen did not only publish in one particular field, but he was taking crystals from another researcher called Christian Clark, and he was in fact producing data and publishing paper at a very vigorous rate, let's say at the rate of one Nature or one Science per half a year, and that is an extreme competence. So he was, and when sometimes there were some flags which were raised actually as to when he was presenting his data in different conferences. I'm sure some of you have, some of your PIs in nanoGUNE have also encountered him and heard his talk as well. And it seems what went wrong with many of the data, apart from the fact that whenever one came into the lab, one could see the divar, that is the liquid helium divar, was all frozen. So it looked like he was taking actually a lot of data, but in fact he wasn't. And not only that, he often used to fly to Constance, where he did his PhD in Germany, and he used to actually make the transistors from there. In transistor, as you know, the gate forms a very important component, and he used to say that the gate, which is such an important material, he used to grow in a sputtering machine in the University of Constance. So all in all, it so happened that he was constantly falsifying data, and all the data that he was reporting were found to be incorrect by when researchers raised the flag. And eventually all his papers were found to be wrong. If you look, or I would strongly recommend that you read the book which was written. I'll show it up in a moment. So in Bell Labs, which so happened that you could not actually send a paper out without bouncing the paper to different PIs who were working in different research directions. So over there in Bell Labs, in spite of that high amount of association with different researchers, that this went on, and not just one time, but repeatedly, was something that has really shaken the basic tenets of doing science in a good way. There is a very important inquiry ensued. It took place over 1.5 years. It was also said that Jan Hendrik Schoen had kept no account of any data. He said that his floppy disks were all not there. He did not have any records. There was no records, either digital or analog. So it was a very difficult investigation for Malcolm Beasley's committee who conducted this investigation. So needless to say, his papers were all retracted. His PhD is taken away. And if I have to understand correctly, he does a very simple job in Germany these days. I would really recommend that you read this book, Plastic Fantastic, in the sense that it is written into the best of my reading and feeling in a very good way. And it really says how the unraveling of this whole incident, and how to, consider that science we don't do in isolation. So when it comes to also publishing, we also don't do in isolation. So it becomes the responsibility of all people who produce the science and who also publish the science to be equally responsible for what goes on. And this, I believe, is an important responsibility that we should be aware of. This is something which happened in Netherlands, and this is what has been, or what is named as the mind of a con man. Excuse me. So this is of a Dutch psychologist, Diederik Stapel. And Diederik Stapel has been actually doing his research, as it is said, has been fabricating and published his research. And actually he was conducting his research in his kitchen table. So there was no data for whatever was being produced. There was no data. Everything that was done was in his kitchen table. And I mean, you know, as a psychologist, you are also not much under the scrutiny of what kind of tools are needed to assess if the data is complete or even, you know, founded data. And in some case, he had also said that how an untidy environment in a railway station in Utrecht, that's a place in Netherlands, encouraged discrimination. But gradually it became very clear. So his students actually had flagged that they gradually felt that it was the data or the statistics that they have been given were not all correct. And he had been publishing in journal Science. And many of his papers were retracted. But what I find very, very sad is in fact the case that 10 PhD dissertations that were written by his students were also thus retracted. So this is what happens as a collateral damage, that you start off with one thing, and then you can see how it permeates in different layers of the whole educational fabric, and that is sad. If you want, there's a very wonderful discussion and interview by the then editor of Science with Diederik Stapel and his family, and why did he do this? And coming to collateral damage, and as I said, the culture of doing science is very different everywhere. And this is what happened in Japan, where Haruko Bokota had been publishing in Nature and again in stem cell research. And so, as you know, the stem cell research is a very important area of research because it is said to also be a cure for many kinds of diseases, including that of Parkinson's. So this is where, you know, human, as we have seen in the past 2.5 years or 3 years now, that when it comes to human body of disease, we are very, very affected, and we go by what researchers also say. But it was found very soon that she had said that the stem cells could be revolutionized by showing that if you simply put differentiated cells under stress, they can reprogram, and that makes it pluripotent. It can actually develop any type of tissue in the body. But then errors were found in this paper, and the lead author was found guilty. But this is what, again, collateral damage would mean. The immediate supervisor of Haruko Bokata, Yoshiki Sasai, actually took his own life because it is a matter of shame and prestige. And this is what shook the scientific fabric in Japan. And there has been an even Rri and Os, as you know, who's the director of RIKEN and also a Nobel laureate, he also had to publicly apologize for this. And thereafter, there is a very good anti-misconduct policies that have been established. Now I come to a very, very happening and a hot research misconduct, if I may, that has taken place in Netherlands, in Delft. And this is regarding the quantized Majorana conductance. Two of the authors of the first paper that reported quantized Majorana conductance had in fact written to Nature regarding some difficulties that they encountered in several publications. Now it's quite known that it is not only in these two, but many have been following up. And so the journal Nature actually received a PDF file with experimental notebook quality data. And with this, it was found that the central claim of the paper that was made of the signal plateaus at precise quantized values, they were not correct and they were manipulated. But more importantly, and this is very concerning and not good to hear when when we have been much affected by the by Hendrik Schoen's incident, and we thought we have gained, we have been wiser. No, it doesn't seem like that. So the two authors of the paper, of the first paper, they have brought it up, and as according to them, and as we have also now verified, what has happened is they say that the data has been manipulated, they have been cut it in a very convenient way. I do not want to go into more details. I can be, if you want, I can share some of these things later. And the central claim of the paper was that was wrong, and that the data was cut off very, very, you know, in a way that does not represent the entire experiment, and thus the paper stands null and void. So there has been, so research investigation was also going on. And what it is now, the case is that this paper has been retracted. First, there was an editorial concern, and now this paper has been retracted. And a few others, as I understand, is also in the same, is also being retracted. Now, it is the case that retractions does, of course, happen due to all these incidents, which was not done in good intention. The research data was not presented in the good intention, and it was not presented with the honesty it should have been done. So cutting the data favorably so as to suit your purpose of writing up an article of the kind that you would like to should never be encouraged, of course. But there has been cases where even Nobel laureate Frances Arnold had to also go in and had to also retract a paper, and she came up to discuss this as well. And she did say that she did not do her job well, and that this work is not reproducible, and thus we take it off. So having cited those few cases of scientific research misconduct, I think in the remaining time, I would like to say that what is relevant as young researchers, and how is the best practices that we here enforce on the researchers is what I would like to discuss. For the planning and the conducting of research, I think what is very clear now from all these incidents, that the collection, storage, and protection and sharing of the data should be done in a very appropriate manner, such that their validity and accuracy can be checked. Here we are asked to collect and store the data for 10 years from now. And so also is responsible. So also lies the responsibilities of mentors and trainees. Sometimes we also mentor, and there should be also a fine line of defining what your responsibilities are. Responsibility is also group member, and very importantly, if you work in a collaboration, then there are new responsibilities that arise. And when you collaborate between one country to another, there are very different protocols. So you should be aware of them first and also use them for your case. So what we also enforce is that we should be working by clear rules. We always give students, hard copies, evidence that they have to be that they have to register the data in a numbered bound notebook, that they should always write what we always encourage is to number the notebook, and also to attach a date, and also when the experiment was carried out, how was it carried out, etc. And any changes should be clearly dated, and the reason should be specified. Electronic evidence is also becoming very important, and nothing like a digital evidence actually, and it should be also taken, and it is also useful because you can also claim, if you were the first person to actually show this, and for that reason everything should be dated. We also say things that is probably what you know, to store the laboratory notebooks in some safe places. Of course, backing up data has become even much more important. And also, if you work with samples that degrade, it's your responsibility to also store them in places where they do not degrade and can be made available if it's needed so. Now, if I ask a question again to the class when I teach that, do you know who owns the data that you're collecting and what rights do you have? Unfortunately or fortunately enough, we researchers do not own the data that we produce. It is actually awarded to the institutions. It's never given to individual researchers. So this means that the researchers do not own the data they produce. So when you leave a job and go off to another one, you have to leave the data, and you should know that the data is actually owned by the institutions and universities. If you're in a collaborative research, you should make yourself aware of what is the goals, how would data be collected, who is responsible for writing, for submitting, for speaking publicly, and very important IP rights and ownerships. How would that be resolved? In case you have a question or you're in doubt, you should familiarize with the institution policies, and if you can't agree, then do approach a trusted colleague or an ombudsman, which I believe in all research institutes we have one. Also, for young researchers, what I always say is that you also have to understand when you are able to speak about your data. So do not release the data unless it has been carefully validated, because this is important, as for reasons that has been just mentioned. Keeping data confidential is also a common practice. Also, the researchers do not have to release data immediately, though of course when you go to the publication and when you're asked to, you should be. Sometimes it so happens that young researchers get very enthusiastic when they see their peers in a conference and they start discussing, and that also leads to unknowingly to the PI's interest, sharing of data which was probably too soon. For mentors and mentees responsibility, because here is also some kind of a line which has led to some aspects of a gray area. So for trainees, for example, you need to know how much time you should be expecting out of your mentors, what are the responsibilities, and how are authorships and ownerships established. So coming to that, for the allocation of credit, I would like to tell you that I would like to share what I think and what we usually deal here. Now, who should be an author is not a very easily answered question. It varies greatly in academia within the same institution. Sometimes it is said that authorship is based on substantial contribution. But what is the meaning of this English word, substantial? What is substantial? So are there any specific norms? So one could consider work that is being done, of course, by the researcher who has come up with the idea, experimental designing and planning. If you had people who were helping in interpreting and analyzing your data, somewhere it depends on the discretion of the PI, but elsewhere it's also collectively decided. What I like to mention is the case of honorary authorship. Now, this is something that we are subjected to in some points of time. We like to have a Nobel Prize winner in our authorship list. You know what it means. So there are cases where even a milder situation than Nobel Prize winners, I must say, where a tweezer was given, to say the worst scenario. So there are cases of honorary authorship as the chair of the department, or someone who's provided the funding, leading researcher, or served as a mentor. Whatever it is, you must understand that the minimal criteria for allocation of credit is that every researcher has actually read your manuscript and has made comments on that, has agreed that it can be sent out, and more importantly, they agree to take responsibility for the content and data, no matter what, no matter if it's published or no matter it's retracted. So this has to be understood by any co-author, that they take responsibility for it. So plagiarism is something that is probably what I have witnessed is more common in a naive way for students who really do not know how to reconstruct the things that they've read in papers in their own words. So plagiarism is one of the most common form of research misconduct in that sense, and is appropriation of another person's ideas, processes, results without giving credits or due. whenever you're in doubt, even if you take things from Wikipedia or Wikimedia, just cite them if you're in doubt. So plagiarism could be of ideas, plagiarism could be of text. For example, if I work on an STM, and if I publish 5 papers on an STM, I have to explain in that experimental section about the STM. So I might sometimes self-plagiarize my own text. So sometimes it's better that you paraphrase it. Sometimes you say that as we have discussed in reference to, so it is the same way. So just to paraphrase and is a very good way. So this is a serious form of misconduct, and this has remained one of the highest flags when we discuss about retractions. This is what I just spoke of as well. You must understand that there are several smart softwares for every journal publishing house these days, and this means that several of our self-plagiarized texts also could be flagged. Now, I will end by just 2 slides here. And the first thing that I hope that I have discussed and showed you what constitutes research misconduct, what is relevant for us as researchers to be responsible researchers, but also the case of having the ability to be also independently without the pressures of, government policies or all to do research is important. I say this in the context of Hong Suk Wong, who was, in fact, as I mentioned, was convicted, was jailed, was prisoned. But thereafter, he has come back in the Korean Center for Disease Control, and he is, in fact, continuing the research that he has been doing and for what he was flagged off and prisoned. So the story behind this is also can be found over here, and you can understand. I leave this as I love to discuss these as well as some case studies during my talk of delivering ethics, but today it's not possible. I leave you with this particular note, which I find is very intriguing. Bertram Batlogg was the PI in Bell Labs of Hendrik Schoen. When he was interviewed, he made this remark: if I'm a passenger in a car that drives through a red light, then it's not my fault. Is it? Or is it not? That's the question I have for you that you could think of. Thank you very much for your attention. If you'd like to know more of our research directions, you can look here. And at this point, I would be happy to take questions if I have time. And if I don't, then thank you again.
Thank you very much for your very nice talk. And now we have some time for some questions, maybe. Let me ask. Andreas has a question. Andreas, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, so thank you very much for the interesting talk. And as you ended with a question, I'm absolutely certain that Bertram Batlogg was at fault there, because I'm actually old enough to remember him going around giving seminars and letting himself being celebrated about the results, basically all around the world. And indeed, we all were in awe of what they were accomplishing at the time. And so he got off far too easy in that regard. So I just wanted to comment on that maybe sometimes you were mentioning that there are, collateral damages. And of course, the example you cited there is very tragic, but maybe at other times, the investigation didn't go far enough and distributed the responsibility appropriately. So thank you for your talk again.
Thank you, Andreas, for this nice summarization and for sharing your views as well. Thank you.
Okay, we also have a question from Whittle. Can you unmute yourself?
Hello, thank you very much for a very interesting talk. I have a small request. Can you also please comment a little bit about the ethics of the review process?
The ethics of the review process, as in journal review, or during these?
Yes, in journal review.
Internal or journal when we send it out to journals?
Yeah, I'm interested in, there is a, as you mentioned, we are all in a big rush, let's say, considering high impact journals, publications, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And on the top of that, there is a very important part of this process being the review.
Mm-hmm.
And what is your opinion about the ethics of the review as being a young reviewer, let's say, or being being part of this process?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for this very nice question as well. Indeed, as one might have understood that the review process is a one that holds a lot of responsibilities entails a lot of responsibilities from us. And so providing as thorough a review is good, is of course warranted. And in the cases of Hendrik Schoen's case, if you can see that there were 40 papers which were produced and that the review processes, reviewers, a lot of them, as if in the book, as you might know, many of them have, we all know who are the ones who are flagged, particularly 4 reviewers who have been very crucial for flagging that, that they were wrong. And so it, in hindsight, what I say, and it's not what I say, many people say, science is somewhat a self-correcting process. For that, we should not be at the mercy of producing bad science, but science somehow self-corrects, and it is either from the reviewers or from the journals or from the public that, doing a reviewing process in the best of intentions is very important. If we are not having time or the energy or the intention, we should just not do it. And if you are, these days, as you know, with the mushrooming amount of scientific journals, the burden of reviewing has gone crazily high, as we all do. And I think that this calls for serious retrospection from ourselves as to what is the best way of doing a review. I cannot give you a better answer than this, because we are all in the same boat of reviewing. And but to sometimes editorial policies as to asking questions on what is novel, what is this, it varies from people to people. What is the novel for, what is novelty? I mean, if you look at in the previous decade, what is the novel science that has come up in the way that, let's say 4 decades ago we had? Principally, we all do. I mean, with all regards to all the great brains over there, possibly only incremental sciences. I mean, in that sense, to call it novel, it could be a novelty in technique. It could be a novelty of combining ideas that people have not thought of before. So these are all novels. So sometimes we misconstrue novel and we push researchers so much that they become very creative and ambitious in defining the novelty. As far as the committee reports go for the Malcolm Beasley Committee, it is a 130-page report. It is one of the best reports that I have read so far on different accounts of misconduct. And I would think, I would have expected that the recent report that has come up from Delft could have been a little bit more elaborate and more helpful, to be honest. Sorry if I didn't give you a very clear answer, because honestly, I'm not able to give a very clear answer on this.
It's good enough. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so we are a little bit delayed. So we thank again Tamalika for her very nice presentation. And we will jump to the next speaker.
Thank you again, and hello to all the faces that I see here. Louis, Felix, Marco, hello.
Thank you. So we will jump to the next speaker, which is Andoni Ibarra. He is the head of the Miguel Sánchez Mazas chair at the University of the Basque Country. And he is also a research fellow from the Käte University, Hamburger, Kolleg, University University. And he's as well the editorial chief of Theory, which is an international journal for theory, history, and fundamentals of science. Today, he's going to talk to us about open and social responsible science and technology for sustainable. So thank you very much and welcome.
Okay.
Can you, yeah.
Morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
So thanks for being here today, and the stage is yours.
Okay. Can you see my PPT?
Yes, yes, we can.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you very much to PhD researchers who contacted me for inviting me to discussing with you on ethical matters regarding science, technology, research. I think it's really a new topic in nanoGUNE, and I invite researchers in nanoGUNE to continue with this line of interest on ethical issues in a broader sense. That means not only ethical issues regarding internal, I would say, ethical issues as the great talk by Professor Banerjee presented to us, but also having interest on other broader ethical issues which are related to political, social, I would say economic matters also regarding research in science and technology. So in this sense, I would say my presentation is a complement of Professor Banerjee's talk, because I will focus more on external ethical issues regarding research. She focused on internal ethical issues, as I mentioned, related to knowledge production, communication. I think the principles, criteria, factors that she discussed are necessary conditions to be responsible in research, but not sufficient. To be responsible in research, we need something more. And I will discuss with you some of these principles or factors or dimensions we should consider in order to be responsible in research. So this is the list of contents. I will begin with presenting to you the current paradigm of science. Then I will identify two crises in this current paradigm: the crisis of reproducibility and the crisis of sustainability of research. And because of that, I will focus on the new public policies on science and technology and innovation within the European Union. And I will identify the new images of science and the images on the relationship between science and society that these new public policies are creating. Most of these new images are related to two pillars of the last public policies: the pillar that we call RRI, this acronym meaning responsible research and innovation, and the pillar of open science. And I will concentrate myself on RRI because I think that the open science is in a sense a continuation. It follows up the new image associated to RRI. I will focus on this RRI and how we could shift, how we could change, modify research cultures in order to make these cultures more socially responsible. I will provide a scheme called AIRR that has been promoted in the UK, but also in other countries like the Netherlands and Norway. And I think that this is an interesting step towards more responsible research in the science of RRI, because this scheme gives us the possibility of operationalize RRI in current practices. And I will propose to you to consider this RRI, these new strategies for new research cultures as a way to address this crisis of sustainability. And I will finish by asking whether science research could be guide or not, because it is a common claim to say that science research, dynamics of science is blind, that we cannot say which could be the future of research. Well, I think that according to these proposals of RRI Open Science, we can have the tools and the criteria and the elements and principles to make science governable. So I will continue with my first slide and topic. I agree with Professor Banerjee that we have a very different and heterogeneous cultures of science, of research, if you want. But most of these different cultures share what I say here, or as untitled here as the current paradigm of science. Which are the lines of this current paradigm of science? Well, I have mentioned here three principles of this current paradigm. The first is that science is driven by innate curiosity and by self-contained values, epistemic and or moral values. That means values, epistemic values are the values regarding knowledge. For example, objectivity, or for example, the pursuit of truth, and so on. And moral values are moral values related, for example, with the integrity that Tamalika mentioned before. The second principle, the second pillar of this current paradigm of science, which you will see maybe familiar and to you, is that science and research is in search of the greatest efficiency of results and outcomes. So this should be like a guide principle for practice in science to achieve the best results in the sense of the results who are the more efficient. And the third one is to do what? And here the answer of this current paradigm should say science and results and outcomes of science should be oriented towards areas of application and impact established in terms of macroeconomic factors, as for example, the competitive advantage of the research and innovation system, or in order to improve the industry sector regarding a concrete domain or something like this. So through these outcomes, through these results, research contributes to improving and the research and innovation system or to improving macroeconomic variables and factors. And the dynamics of the whole process of research and innovation is governed by the global market. The global market establishes the principles and criteria for the general principles and criteria for research, for science and technology, being characterized these dynamics as a blind dynamics. This is linked to the idea of the invisible hand of markets. That means that it is not possible to establish desirable regimes for science beyond those of internal efficiency, beyond those of epistemological efficiency. That means beyond those of regulating scientific and technological practices. And the main objective for regulatory policies, for public policies, are related to avoiding situations of negative impacts and for mitigating or reducing risks. So policies should not enter or governing the internal efficiency of scientific practices and research, but they have to address only to these negative impacts of research and the possible risks that the outcomes of this research should produce or create. Well, as I told you, we can have different versions of this current paradigm because we have a very variegated collection of cultures of research and of practicing science. But I have tried to synthesize the most important points of and sharing points of the different cultures in what I called this current paradigm. I think that most of you will share this paradigm and the claims I link with it. But this paradigm, this current paradigms collides with two crises which are very important and which are very intriguing in the last times. The crisis of reproducibility and the crisis of sustainability. I will enter very rapidly on both. The crisis of reproducibility is a crisis which affects directly to the very basis of the objectivity of science and the trust in science. In a survey by Nature in 2016, it was showed that 70% of researchers could not reproduce data of colleagues. And this is because of different reasons. This is because research is more and more complex, because most of research is conducted through computer simulations, through algorithms who are not created by researchers, but the researchers are only users of these algorithms, and so on and so forth. So there is a crisis of reproducibility related to the difficulty to access, to effectively communicate, to assess, evaluate, and exploit research findings, etc. And as I told you, this affects directly to the foundations of what ensures the quality of scientific inquiry. This quality of scientific inquiry is at stake because of this reproducibility crisis. And the second crisis is related to sustainability, to the fact that current research is becoming more and more expensive. And I give you here only a claim. So the number of drugs approved by FDA, that means by Food and Drugs Agency in the United States, per US dollar invested in research and development has halved, inflation adjusted, every 9 years since 1950. That means that every 9 years, we have to invest, we have to fund twice to obtain more or less the same result we obtained 9 years before. So because of these two crises, and also because of other reasons, we have to take into account also the crisis and the fiasco on some lines of research regarding, for example, biotechnology, some biotechnologies and so on. Because of this crisis of reproducibility, sustainability, the fiasco on some lines of research in biotechnology and so on, public policies in the European Union, but not only European Union, also in the United States, have changed. And interesting for us is that these new narratives, these political narratives, rhetorical, these political rhetorics have produced a new image of science and a new image on the relationship between science and society. And I think we should pay attention also to this shift in public policies, because public policies are important. They promote science, research, technology, innovation in some directions. They are producing new images of science and technology. And in this sense, public policies are performative, are creating new realities. So we have to be aware of that. And I would like to draw attention to you to this aspect of public policies. And I will mention that in the last 10 years, public policies in the 8th Framework Program from 2014 to 2020 and 9th Framework Program, which began last year, 2021 to 2027, have changed or are changing the image of science and the image of the relation science-society. In the so-called 8th Framework Program Horizon 2020, the pillar of the Horizon 2020 program was the new concept of RRI, Responsible Research and Innovation. And the pillar for the 9th Framework Program, the Horizon Europe, is open science. I think that both concepts, RRI and OS, are transforming deeply the way we should conceive and we should imagine and understand science. And I think RRI and OS, and I believe that public policies in the 8th Framework Program and 9th Framework Program are important, not only because funding could be achieved from the European Union, And but also because they are inviting us to understand science, research, technology, innovation in novel ways. Of course, there are differences between RRI and OS. I would say that the main difference is the emphasis on RRI on societal aspects of science, and regarding OS, the emphasis more oriented to results than to societal aspects. But they both share one aspect in common. And this aspect is that science has to be oriented to answer societal problems. And this is a new, I would say, absolute novel conception for public policies on science and technology. The problems that should address science and technology are identified in the first framework program as 7 grand challenges, and in the second framework program as 6 missions. Okay, so we don't have any more specific, precise problems to be addressed as objectives of public policies, but public policies in the European Union define only grand challenges and nowadays missions. That means that which problems should be addressed, with which methodologies, with which kind of assessment methodologies and so on, is a matter which is left open to societal actors. When I mention societal actors, I am identifying different sectors of society, scientists, technologists, innovators, developers, but also stakeholders and if you want, societal actors in general. I will concentrate myself in the following on RRI, but you know what means OS. OS, open science, means that we should have as an objective of public policies in these 7 years until 2027, the objectives of sharing our data, sharing our results, sharing our methodologies, sharing our communication processes. So this is the new objective that public policy in the European Union is promoting. Okay, sharing and trying to go beyond this isolated idea of doing science. So as a conclusion of this shift in public policies regarding science, technology, and innovation, we have in common a new orientation that requires the co-production of science with the active participation of societal actors. And this is new. This is very new. But this is, as I told you, an objective which is promoted from the European Union instances. I will concentrate myself, as I told you, on RRI. I understand that, which is more interesting from a conceptual, theoretical point of view, and also for understanding what does mean to be responsible in science and in research. It's more interesting than the concept of open science. Open science is, to, in a certain sense, a follow-up of RRI. Well, You have here the definition of RI. This is a quotation I have taken from an European Commission document. Well, actually the text entitled Horizon 2020. What is responsible? What is RI? Responsible research and innovation implies that societal actors, that means researchers, citizens, policymakers, business sector, third sector organizations, that means NGOs, etc., work together during the whole research and innovation process in order to better align both the process and its outcomes with the values, needs, and expectations of society. I would draw your attention here to 3 points. First of all, RI implies that societal actors work together. So third sector organizations, actors are producers, creators of science, as would be researchers, citizens in general. Not in the same level, but as we will see, they have a place in this co-production of knowledge, of scientific knowledge, technological knowledge. The second point is that they work together during the whole process of innovation. So innovation is not anymore conceived of in a linear sense, beginning with basic science and finishing in a marketable product established in the market. But innovation process is conceived of as a process of interactions, very complex interactions between different kind of actors from the very beginning until the end. Okay, so we have to consider in a synthetic way this innovation process and not as a list of or a period of different periodization of different phases, beginning with basic science and finishing with innovation. And the third point is that the objective of this responsible research is to align the process and its outcomes. That means to align the research with the values, needs, and expectations of society as a whole, not the values, needs, and expectations of industry or of the research and innovation system, and so on. So RRI in this sense is identified in the strategy, the RRI strategy, as a tool to achieve the objective of science with and for society. Science should be conducted with society and for addressing societal problems. This objective has been understood in two different strategies, or through two different strategies. The European Commission has implemented or has understood from the very beginning of the Horizon 2020 framework program the idea of RRI through these pillars, or through these keys. And these keys are ethics in science, open access, gender equality, citizen engagement, science education, and governance. And they have promoted a lot of actions, programs. They have funded throughout the 8th framework program a lot of projects and actions on these 6 keys, on these 6 pillars. I think that well, the strategy of the European Commission was that working on these keys would be easier for scientists, technologists, other societal actors to understand what does it mean being responsible. The point is, I think, that this strategy of promoting RRI through these 6 keys has been not very fruitful. And we know that, for example, in most institutes or agencies, and for example, they have taken actions on gender equality or science education, but these are not being considered as steps towards changing the culture of research, which is the current practice in this institution or in these research groups or in these research centers. A second strategy, which was more and is being more fruitful, is the strategy that was operationalized in the UK and other countries, and they trying to modify, trying to change the cultures of research, trying to apply 4 dimensions in this new research, this new culture of research. These 4 dimensions are anticipation, inclusiveness, reflexivity, and responsiveness, the so-called AIRR scheme. So this is important because we have two different understandings, as you see, regarding RRI. The first one is more substantivist, I would say, and oriented to specific areas as gender equality or science education. The second one tries to operationalize changes in the way how research is practiced in different areas. I will concentrate myself in this second meaning of RRI, and I will explain a little bit which is the meaning of each of these dimensions: anticipation, inclusiveness, reflexiveness, and responsiveness. So the new practice, the new responsible practice should take into account this anticipation. What is anticipation? Is the capacity to foresee the positive impacts, the so-called good impacts of the technological innovation. I would like to draw your attention on this point. Through anticipation, through an anticipatory practice, through an anticipatory research, we are not interested in anymore, for example, identify risks of our practice, or risks related to the outcomes of our practices, but we have to identify in a positive sense which are the good impacts of our practice and of our outcomes and results of our practice. That means that we have to try to identify in which sense these results will address to problems, to needs, to grand challenges of our society. Grand challenges or grand missions, so to say. These missions, for example, are cancer, climate change, water and seas, You see, I have mentioned 3. You have 3 more. We have these 3 big, so to say, problems to address through science and technology. And anticipatorily, we have to identify which could be the positive impacts for these problems, for these societal needs. We have to, this capacity to foresight is not, here we have to distinguish between foresight and forecast. This is not a matter of forecasting the future in 25 years, but this is a methodology of foresighting, so to say, that brings us to make some questions, like I mentioned here. We can identify future scenarios, for example, which could be the scenario regarding a future with electric cars, for example, as practically as the most technical, the most kind of cars in society, which kind of social changes, political changes will be driven by this new technology of electric cars, for example. Okay, but the point is not to only to forecast this future, but try to identify and how to try to pose some problems, to address some problems like, and questions like, what impact is expected in the short, medium, and long term with the new technology? What do we know? And above all, what don't we know regarding to this new technology and the consequences of this new technology? What other uses can be made of the technology at stake, and so on? So through the foresight exercise, we guide our current research in the sense that we can assess and we can evaluate which are the best and in the sense of conducting to the better good impacts for our technology or for our research. The second point is inclusiveness. And here, the new responsible research has to take into account that all societal actors should be involved throughout the innovation development process, through the whole innovation process. And we have to ask here in our research, who are the actors concerned? What are their demands, views, expectations, interests, values, etc.? How should we deal with different demands, expectations, interests, different and sometimes contradictory? We have to work together with societal actors, and we have to identify these needs, expectations, values, and so on. Reflexivity is the ability, so the new RRI responsible practice or a culture of research should reflect, discuss, and negotiate the purposes and motivations of a given technology. Why do we create it? Who wins and who loses with this new technology? Are there alternatives? And the last dimension of RRI responsible research is responsiveness, which is the capacity to deliberate on the basis of the first 3 dimensions. Responsiveness is respond to others' needs, problems, expectations. So we are challenged by these expectations of others, and we challenge others with our demands and expectations. And as a result of the three dimensions I mentioned before, we should make these questions: what technologies do we create? How do we modulate technological development on the basis of the outcomes of the processes of anticipation, inclusion, and reflection? So how could we co-produce in an inclusive way the technology?
Excuse me, Andoni, we are
Yeah?
a little bit delayed, so maybe if you could
Okay.
speak up a little bit,
Okay.
please.
Okay, so I think this brings us a new possibility of conducting research in a new way. I identify here three kinds of responsible science and technology. The first one is the integrity-based research, who brings us a credible science. It's the science that Professor Banerjee has identified before. The second one is the participatory research. This is the objective of open science, of doing research together with other societal actors, sharing with them objectives, demands, and so on. But I think that we need another dimension in order to be more ambitious if we want to apply this concept of RRI science, which is being anticipatory in a research. That means being socially robust. And I will go very briefly here. Anticipatory open responsible innovation means go beyond responsibility based on market dynamics to understand anticipatory co-responsibility, that is responsiveness as a driving force for responsible technology and innovation. Anticipatory innovation anticipates and assesses potential implications and societal expectations. And I think that it is this anticipatory research and innovation the possible solution to the crisis of reproducibility and sustainability. If we compare, for example, the two paradigms, the curiosity-driven research paradigms or the openness responsibility-driven research paradigm, and we compare the rationale for governance and the governance keys, we can conclude that only if we take, if we work within the first paradigm, CDR paradigm, we will see science and research as a blind process which cannot be guided or steered, but we can guide or steer research and innovation in a sense if we consider science and technology within the RDR paradigm, the paradigm of responsible driven research. That means if we guide science through a societal desirability and being responsive to public demands, interests, perspectives, and expectations. Thank you very much. You have there my email, and I will be glad to receive your questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andoni, for your very nice presentation. Now let's see, we are a little bit delayed, so maybe there's one question. Yes, for example, Andreas, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, I do that. Hello, thank you very much for your talk. I was wondering, what is the evidence for the fact that you can guide research to, well, make a better societal impact if you look at the anticipatory concept first? Because for me, this isn't clear. Because if I think of why I need to anticipate what this is really good for, I'm looking for really a safe extension to my research. And I may not do the little bit further out things that may not work at all and whose direct impact isn't so clear. So if I think back over the last 30, 40 years of research advances, I think many of the advances came from things where technological applicability wasn't at the center, but in the end worked out tremendously well. So I wonder what exactly you base this on that you say you can guide the research. Thank you.
Okay, Andreas, thank you, and for this very interesting question that I mean is the critical question, because the problem is whether we can guide research or not, in a sense. Of course, this guiding is not to be interpreted in the sense that we can steer, we can conduct it absolutely science research from the very beginning until the end. Is not that the point. The point is that we can modulate the dynamics of science through this participatory research and through this anticipatory dynamics. So that means that we can we can produce future scenarios which could be better or worse for addressing societal problems. And this is a matter of deliberation, a matter of discussion among different societal actors, including technologists, scientists, researchers, but also all other kind of actors, that they deliberate together and they assess, evaluate which are the best practices, which is the best dynamics in order to achieve this objective, which is how to make the best impacts in a positive sense for these societal problems. This is if we understand that responsible research means co-production of knowledge, co-production in the sense that knowledge is co-produced by different actors, societal actors, I repeat, included scientists, technologists, and so on. We can guide, we can steer in different moments of knowledge production, which could be the best decisions and the best results in order to achieve this objective of having a good impact for our research. So the point is that we have to shift the traditional idea of regulating our responsible practice through avoiding risks or through avoiding negative impacts, or through the precautionary principle, or through accountability. The shift which is promoted here is that we have to think in terms of providing good impacts, positive impacts. And what are the positive impacts is a matter of deliberation. It's not something which is determined a priori or which is determined by scientists or technologists in their labs, but it's a matter of deliberation among actors. And actors are actively acting in the process of knowledge production. So this is a new way of understanding how we should work and how we should implement our research. Of course, we don't have evidences on that, but they are some exercises, some practices. Myself, I am conducted here in Aachen at your university, your alma mater, a project on this basis.
I agree that this is very useful. It's just, my concern is that a complete switch could have counterproductive elements in it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I agree with you, but this is a matter of conceptual discussion versus practical implementation. I agree with you that it is not possible an absolute and radical shift, but at least in a conceptual and theoretical dimension, we should see that we are addressing two different paradigms here. And the problem is how to implement the new, which according to policymakers and STS scholars and so on, is the only solution in order to address the solution to a crisis of reproducibility and the crisis of sustainability. We should conduct our research in this way. But of course, we cannot implement the dimensions, the principles, the criteria of open science and RI responsible science in a radical way. This is a problem of changing in a slow way, so to say. I agree with you. Yeah, it would be not possible, and it would be absolute unrealistic to think that we can change this culture in a very short time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we thank again Andoni Ibarra for his very nice presentation. Thank you very much, Andoni. And then we are delayed, so let's quickly jump to the next speaker, which is going to be Pedro Echenique. So let me just quickly go. So we are going to have to talk Pedro Echenique, which is the president of the DIPC Foundation. He was the spokesman of the Basque government and the Minister of Culture and Science of the Spanish government. He also offered himself to give his talk from here, from nanoGUNE, which is very kind from him. So we will organize everything and he will give his talk. Give us a second, please.
I have been running this morning and I want to do the speech that he will make me pass my slides, but they are not. But technology, I know the target is on the line, but maybe someone should like that. Okay.
Okay, so can you hear Pedro right now? Can you speak a little bit, please, Pedro? Yes, can you hear him? Maybe Yuste, can you help us here?
Finally, okay, I will speak. Think
low. Okay, maybe you can get this a little bit closer.
Can speak from here.
That's it.
Okay, I speak from the table.
No, that's okay.
But then I don't have this. You have it. It's always it's like in the Guggenheim Museum. They have a fantastic set, all very aesthetic. And I ask, I want the computer and a place to put the notes, but it's not possible because if the computer is on the table, there's no place for the notes. But then you change the table. We cannot change the table because the aesthetic aspect of the lecture requires to be so against bureaucracy, against efficiency. So maybe Chema, for the next time we can have a long cake. Yo quería ver mi. Bueno. Seguro que sí va a estar. There is no obstacle that cannot be overcome with clever people. So thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Everybody listens to me?
Yes.
Okay, so first I would like to thank Manu Suarez for the invitation to speak here. With the mask, I cannot recognize anymore. Even I didn't recognize Chia, who has been working with me for 10 years. But when he invited me to speak here, my first tendency was to say no, because I had just given a talk open to all the students in Donostia in the DIPC about advice to a young scientist. And this advices codifying about 19 points. I like to number my points, like Luther did in Wittgenstein, Wittenberg, to facilitate the excommunion. I excommunicate you for number 3 or number 4, and ethics was one of them. But then he convinced me that students here would like to hear these bits, and I have expanded then a little bit, and that's what I will talk about. Ethics is very difficult to define ethics, no? But ethics is a kind of principles or moral principles that governs a person's behavior in order to do good instead of bad. And my talk will be almost self-evident, it will be small points, practical issues from practical experience, not deep regulations like deep and long regulations like Europe or philosophy or law. No? And in reality, in the talks I gave advice to a young student, I tried to escape from technical issues that can be found in the internet and try to center in what is a kind of global culture of science and what is ethically right, or how to write papers, how to give talks. No, of course, in a talk about ethics, the first question no está en la primera. Yeah, this is the first question that one should talk or should ask about when one is talking about ethics in science is the obvious one. Is ethics a scientific question? Can we deduce ethics from science? At the moment, not. No, we cannot even deduce superconductivity from the Schrödinger equation. We need another ideas. So it's very impossible at the moment to deduce ethics from science. We cannot reduce ethics not to electrons or quarks or biology. So it's something more. But of course, there are some overlaps in which evolution and many other advances in science could bring light about why ethics is a good thing. But for the moment, we cannot. But the fact that Popper says, the fact that science cannot make any pronouncement about ethical principles, some people have understood as they are not such principles, but it's not true, because just the search for the truth, and science is search for the truth. With purpose, with objectives, but in itself presupposes some ethical position. So then, if I will have to choose, if I will have only 2 minutes more, and I will not be in a position of Andoni Ibarra, I will stop in time, and I'm not stop me on time. So I will have to choose 2 things about ethics and rights. I will choose first one right, one duty that we have towards you, one right that you have as a PhD student. The right that you have is not to be slaves of your directors, not to be cheap working people for the directors or for the program. PhD students are persons who have a personal project in life and have to be treated as such. And you yourself don't have to look at yourselves as working workforce for another people. This is, in fact, one of the hallmarks of the great institutions in science. Treat well the students. And you have another counterpart that is one duty. Duty is work hard, as much and as best as you can, and be responsible. In talking about ethics, one always goes into the problem of freedom and limits of science. Freedom should be infinite for the scientists, and responsibilities be left for politicians or for industrialists or for people using the results of science. And therefore, there should be absolute freedom in the development of knowledge. This is a question. Or science should have limits. Some people think that science has no limit. But of course, if you think a little bit about science, science has limits, absolutes and relatives. Absolutes are the less important, but they are clear. For example, there's a limit in our capacity of knowledge, Heisenberg uncertainty principle. There is a limit in our capacity of logical deduction, Popper's theorem, and there's a limit in the knowledge of the universe, for example, because the speed of light is immense but finite. But these absolute limits are not the subject of this talk. It's relative limits. One is complexity and many others linked to the so-called emergent properties, properties that emerge from interaction and can be reduced but not deduced from the components. But that's not the topic today either. But there are limits, relative limits, that are the most important as the ethics. In fact, it's a little bit, I share with the great theologian and philosopher Hans Kuhn, the fact that some scientists, some geneticists, or some chemist thinks that he has no limits, produces me a little bit of fear. No? If some chemist thinks that he has no limits in searching weapons of gas destruction or genetic engineering to the limit. I share this view with Hans Kuhn. And that comes as to, this is an introduction, comes to a point that is important, and is science has helped humanity in infinite ways, And it's the great conquest of humanity. It has been seen in the pandemic. In the pandemic, it has been that everybody comes back to science for help. No? But that doesn't mean that it's beyond critics and should not ask itself questions about his own objectives, consequence, and that can come to the topic of the talk before in an overlap with guidance or no guidance. This sentence is from the chancellor, the former chancellor of the German Republic of Germany, many years ago. In a way, is rephrasing what the great philosopher Heidegger said, that the essence of technique is not a technical thing. And science is not beyond a precise definition of goals and a clear use of means. So we need science with conscience, is what I used to say, and that is an ethical past. After that introduction, I go in a more detailed topic before going into even more detailed topics. And the first one about that, the guides, or the goals, or the means, is one should think, of course, that does not affect us very much, but it has affected many people and in other communities in the past, is the topic chosen for research. For example, war research is a topic, but let's examine a little bit of history. Faraday, one of the great scientist of all the time, was asked in the Crimea War to produce chemical weapons. He responded that probably it was technically feasible, but he wouldn't refuse to have anything to do with it. Not all. It was a petition by the British government. Not all took this position of Faraday. Fritz Haber, the creator of the Haber cycle. The Haber cycle is the fixation of NH3, ammonia, from nitrogen and hydrogen. That has allowed the humanity and many millions to live. It is estimated that this equation, the Haber cycle, has allowed 2,700 millions of people to live. Is the giga saver of humanity, Fritz Haber. The second one will be Borlaug with the hybrid rices, who has allowed about 1,000,000 people to live. This Fritz Haber, that is the name of the Max Planck Institute in Berlin. I had the honor of giving one of the centennial talks some years ago in that institute. Is the same that developed the toxic war for the First World War, who killed and produced infinite suffering in thousands of people. And in fact, his family was killed by this method at the beginning of the second. So here we have an example, duality of science. Duality of science. And that comes to a topic related to ethics. As many other contributions of human spirit, the effects of science and technology many times are unpredictable. Every scientific discovery, or in Leibniz words, every new contact with the unknown opens up a wide range of possibilities, for the good and for the bad. It's the duality of science. Every hope for the future contains itself a threat. Wherever the possibilities of good grow, the possibilities of evil also grow, I think so. And for that, and more so, always we will have to live in an ethics of uncertainty. The certainty of the past is gone. We have to face the existence of all these uncertainties and try to live, work, and move forward with them. It is necessary to build an ethics for an uncertain life. And for that, it's important that not only the scientists participate in the debate, but it's a multidisciplinary issue, and the philosophers, the politicians, the teachers, the theologians should participate in this debate. Sometimes it's difficult because the so-called intellectuals, the ones who appear on the televisions, are so worried about discussing on the TV that they don't have the peace and the calm to debate well in this traditional calm and doubt. No, we have discussions sometimes appear as exhibitions of certainties instead of respectful doubts, and that is especially grave with the acceleration of science, because the acceleration eliminates traditional securities, and response should be sometimes too fast. No? And in addition, the acceleration of science, which is almost not infinite, but very, very great, opens so many new possibilities that choice is difficult when there are so many options. Other points. Biological wars, that is one of the problems of the future. And now with the pandemic, we have seen, it seems that not that the virus was a natural way, but could have been an artificial way. Biological weapon has been always present. I was thinking about this talk I read in another talk I gave many years ago that in the 600 years before Christ, Solon of Athens contaminated the water supply of the city of Chirac with a poison plant called Eleboro. So that's what biological war. What is but war that what the Tartars in the 14th century did, throwing people infected, dead people infected with the pest, with catapults over the city of Kara to provoke the infection. That's biological war. But very recent, in 1950, it has been discovered later, in 1977, when Richard Nixon had to ask for forgiveness, that the American army poisoned the Bay of San Francisco with some virus just to experiment to see how they disperse. You know? In 1977, they had to ask for forgiveness. In fact, the possibilities of technology now, a difference with the nuclear wars that I will speak now, are infinite because biology requires less money, less means, less technology in order to investigate. No? In I think it was 1995, a report by the US Offices of Technology Assessment, 17 countries were working on biological weapons in spite of being prohibited and being punished and being prohibited by international treaties. So this research continues. And the Carl Johnson of the CDC said, said that he was worried about this research on virus. He said that without a lot of technological power, any crazy guy in a small house could produce viruses that will make the Ebola seem a walk in the park. So the problem of biology and biological weapons remain. Another fact that you might not know is the Tuskegee Experience. Who has here of Tuskegee? No one. So you are too young. Tuskegee in 1932 began an experiment who ran for 40 years in which the white medical doctors in America treated black people infected with syphilis and allowed them to proceed and develop the illness without caring for them, without treating them, in order to learn about the illness. This, of course, was condemned later, and the American president and the Senate has to ask for forgiveness to the families of these people. But it's not seen from the Romans. It's in America, developed country, allow Black people to suffer and to die in order that knowledge should progress about this disease. We are not talking about Mengele, we are not talking about the Nazis. And of course, from that, it's obvious that science should have limits. But the problem of the limits is a difficult one. One topic in which it seems obvious that should be limited is nuclear bombs, nuclear weapons. How could it be that they took the knowledge to the point of Hiroshima? How can we accept that Hiroshima, even if one will argue that, and I will say why, that some people can argue that Hiroshima is not so bad ethically, because many more people could have been died in Dresden in a normal bombing. Nagasaki, 3 days later. Why? To test another way of implosion and beginning this process. Because, as some member of the American Senate said, we have invested so much money, we have to check whether it worked or not. It seems terrible now many years later. On the other hand, is that obvious that the American bomb should not be created? If the Germans were working on that, if that is true, should the Americans and the Allies allow or stop the research on nuclear bombs and risk that the Germans and the Nazis, not the Germans, the Nazis, sorry for saying the Germans, the Nazis develop the bomb? Then probably if that will have the case, maybe I was speaking in German. Yeah. It's a difficult topic, the subject of the limits, but it's obvious that a wall of, in that we are improving a little. Many years ago, there were 56,000 nuclear bombs in the world. Now there are only 16,000. Only one of them could be 2,000 times or 20,000 times Hiroshima. But on the other hand, this difficulty with the Nazis. Two thoughts here. Yes, I don't have the answer. The subjects of the limits is a difficult one. Because sometimes we extend the limits or create limits according to our beliefs. Things that in the past were seen as obvious limits of science now are taken as natural. For example, in vitro, 30 years ago, the ethics of society opposed that, and now it's taken as natural, and many others. So I believe that the precautionary, it was talked by Andoni, mentioned the precautionary principle. I believe in that, but sometimes I believe that we should be precautious. We have about the precautionary system. Research with animals is another point. Up to what? Should be forbidden absolute, or without forgetting that the animals also can suffer. Persons and humans should be priorities. There are issues that we should be prepared, and you as a scientist should be prepared to think about that and discuss about them in society. One person I admire immensely, Sir Martin Rri, Nobel Prize, was my professor in Cambridge, Nobel Prize in '74 for radio astronomy, wrote at the end of his life and published in 1985, I think, in the New Scientist, a kind of testament in which he said, if I will have to choose again, I will refuse to be scientist, because I believe that my production has done much more evil than good. That made me think a lot. I disagree with him, but you know him, elegant, intelligent, a fine person, saying that, what a shock, no? I believe that the fact that we cannot anticipate the results of science does not stop us for advancing knowledge, because globally, it has done much more good than harm. No? The world today will not be what it is with science and technology. Only 50 years ago, 2,000 people were in extreme poverty. Today, only 2,000 million out of 4,500 million. Today, only 700 out of 7,000 million. So we are going well, of course, not as well as we could with the means we have, no? And these are questions that you should think about. And now I thought this is something that I have added to my advice to a young students or to young scientists. And I go to the practical questions that it can affect much more to you in your life, in your practical day. One is the scientific fraud. Scientific fraud, just cheating, is increasing. In fact, in the thick network that nanoGUNE ran, this kind of magazine, some years ago, it was reported that scientific fraud has increased tenfold since 1975. Why? Well, one thing is the acceleration of today's science, a relentless striving and fighting for success. Sometimes I have the feeling that the young people now are directed to fight for success more than for searching the truth or for knowledge. Science has become more a race, a competition against each other, like Nadal versus Djokovic, in which one of them only wins, instead of being a cooperative effort in which all together work to understand nature as it should be. It should be. There's also a tremendous pressure in the evaluations for high impact that can lead to scientific fraud. These new indicators that I don't dislike, I think are better than no indicators at all, sometimes risk damaging the system with the very tools we designed to improve it. So this tremendous pressure for high impact, this tremendous pressure for success can be dangerous. And the numerical indicators should not be substituted by informed judgment. They are not only one way to evaluate people, and there is not only the age factor. We have people are human beings and have to be treated as such. And that's important to avoid this tremendous pressure for high impact. In my days, we used to say, well, I have done such and such thing. I think it's a very nice discovery, a small discovery, of course, like we all do. It has been published in PhysRev. But now, PhysRev is considered a kind of second class magazines. Now people don't say, I have done that. Well, some people don't say, I have done that, I have published in such magazine. They say, I have a nature, or I have a science. Before saying, what have they done? I got a science. I don't like it. Maybe I am too old, but I have to say it. One example of nanotechnology. Some years ago, it was the case of Hendrik Schoen. Have you heard about this guy? He's a wonder kid in nanotechnology. That technology, I don't have to explain it here, is the science in the scale of nanometers, 10 times the size of the atom. And this guy, between 98 and 2002, he published in what is now defined as high-impact journals, 90 papers, and was first author of 74. After some suspicions, after some signals that perhaps not all who shine was gold, investigation by Bell Lab revealed that Schoen has not respected that the sentence is very beautiful, the sanctity of the data, and not the process of scientific research. And he had, the report concluded, falsified at least 16 papers. And he was finally caught, which is very rewarding because science promotes a skeptical attitude that in itself has a self-correcting mechanism. We have to check, and in the checking and external verification, he was caught. Biology sometimes is more difficult because the conditions of reproducibility of the experiments are more difficult. But of course, this is obvious, everything finished well, Schoen was caught, punished. I don't know whether he was retired his PhD, another ethical discussion. Some guy who has cheated should be deprived of his PhD, but maybe the PhD was done well. Ethical question. But there's another ethical question, and difficult one. Should all the authors of the papers of Schoen or others be responsible of all the context of the papers? Should you be responsible of all the contents of the papers you sign? I don't know. I don't know. I put one example. I was first involved in this is attophysics. This is the first paper in attophysics, physics at the level 1,000 times faster than the femtosecond, 10 to the minus 18, and how the electrons run at this speed. How can you diminish the damage? How can you make the electronic faster if you control the movement of electrons in the attosecond range? I was the author of the theory of this paper, the only theoretician in this paper who was the cover of Nature in 2007. I don't think anybody has complained, but how can I control that the numbers they gave to me? I cannot control. I don't know if the experiment is done well or bad, or I don't know if the guys who work with the lasers of attosecond, I don't know, the ones who polish the surface or stuff. So how can they know that some of the things I did are correct? I am responsible. After that, many people declare what is the responsibility of which part is he or she responsible in the paper. No? But the question remains, are all the members, the authors of the paper responsible of the contents of the paper? I don't know. But I have one thing clear for me, and is that if we are willing to share the glory, we should be willing to share the shame. It's a personal opinion, and sometimes it's the ethics of responsibility that I believe. One is the ethics of Christianity, that if one wants to do well and does bad, he is not responsible. God will forgive him or whatever. But the ethics of responsibility is different. In the ethics of responsibility, that the politicians should be especially careful about that, and commanders of armies. One is responsible of the consequences that derive from their actions, irrespectively of his intention. So I want to do well, and I try to do well, but if I do wrong, I am also responsible. Maybe not personally or morally or Christianly responsible, but just politically and publicly responsible. And of course, I would like to stress, and that was included in my talk to the students, that has nothing to do with publishing something that is wrong. You don't have to be angry to publish something because it can be wrong. If you explain, even if it is wrong, if you explain what you have done, it's good. If you have a good idea, publish it without fear. If it is false, it will be proved by others and science will progress. If it is true and you don't publish, science will not progress and science will suffer. I know that this is a very risky advice, but it's not from mine. It's from Linus Pauling, so I am in good company. Another point, ethics for publication. That is also a very practical advice. So I am increasing the degree of practicability, of usefulness of the advices.
We are running out of time.
Oh, really? So, no. Seriously? Oh, well, I have more. So I have to apologize to Andoni Ibarra because I criticize him strongly for having used too much time. I will go fast. One point is, apologize. So I thought I was measuring my time in minutes and not in units of Andoni Ibarra, but I am doing it even worse. I finish rapidly. Correct credit allocation is important. The senior people have to make sure that the credit goes to the young people who has done the work. In a paper, the most famous paper of the history, probably one of the most famous papers of the history of science, in which the structure of DNA was elucidated, who contains this understatement, which is this famous understatement. Crick Watson signed the paper. Bragg was the leader of the lab. Crick was a student of Peru's, and Watson was a postdoc with Kendrick. Neither Peru's, neither Kendrick, nor Bragg signed the paper. Will that be possible in the groups of today? But that's a fantastic example. Watson himself didn't do the same. When he published his book, The Double Helix, he didn't give the credit to the lady who deserved it for the diffraction picture, Rosalind Franklin. Well, I finished, but not without saying that, like Gerald Holton and many others have explained, that you have another ethical obligation, not to be only a scientist, but to be a responsible citizen. You have to participate as a citizen in the debates of today, who have a lot of components of science. It has been clear in the pandemic. I believe that science-based information is as important as the vaccines in the fight against the virus. And don't forget this declaration of the Pungas. No, it's not here. Oh, yeah, but no. Anyway, in an Hippocratic oath for scientists, Joseph Roblat, Nobel laureate, asked that you should consider ethical implication of your work and recognize that individual responsibility is the first step on the path for peace. And last comment by a man I admire greatly, Sidney Brenner, a companion of Francis Crick, also Nobel Prize. He visited San Sebastian and we had a fantastic time with him. Sometimes we are so concerned about legal, ethical, political, and social aspects of conjectural consequences of new technology. That is good. Now I see in your talk a lot of possibilities of the new technology that, as far as we should anticipate. I agree with that. But we should not forget that scientists also have a real obligation for real problems of the world. For example, the AIDS epidemic, malaria, or many things that are running out for millions of people and don't find the cure, maybe because don't dedicate enough attention. So be good, enjoy life, and don't be anguished about ethical. The fact that you are worried about ethics almost guarantees that you will be ethical person. Bueno, I've been very strict, more strict with me than with Andoni.
Sorry. Yeah. So maybe we have a couple of minutes for some questions. I don't see any questions still. So maybe here, does anyone have any questions? Yes, and Andreas has a question. Please, Andreas, unmute yourself.
Please. I knew, I was sure.
Thank you, Pedro, for the nice talk and reflection on ethics. I mean, I agree with all the things that you're saying. I was just wondering, because you have spent your life in science, reflecting back, if things may have gotten a bit more difficult regarding ethics, because you mentioned that, of course, as a scientist, you have a skeptical attitude. And I remember when I was a PhD student, which is now a long time ago, I felt I had the time for this because it was first trying to understand things, to get things right. And when you had something nice, you would write it up. Nowadays, I feel that there is a lot more pressure to publish, and that goes, of course, for all of us, but including the younger people, the PhD student. And so in the midst of that pressure, getting a number of publications, getting a relevant age factor, that skepticism is a little bit lost, I feel. Do you see something similar, or I would like to hear your opinion on that.
Yeah, I will tend to agree with that. As I said, in my life, also I did a PhD many years ago, not many more than you, but I have seen an evolution of the scientific career of young people, in the sense that we have a kind of more peace of mind in order to try to get the research, and a lot of pressure, but have to think. And now it has evolved, I try to say in my talk, in a kind of race, of competition. It's a kind of Olympics. We have to beat others. No, but we are not here to beat the other. We are here to understand nature. Of course, that is a combination. So I always advocate for a kind of emulation, but with cooperation. That is the mark of a great center of research, is not where emulation is a company of cooperation and mutual help. And I think this cooperation is receding versus the role of competition. And I have a Nature. No, I have discovered such, and I am going to publish in Nature, that in the terminology is a kind of acceleration. And acceleration does not stop skepticism, but try to make it less fine, lose some finesse, because in the acceleration you don't reflect enough, I think. And I think this is in part due to indicators that were designed to help the system, and we have the risk of producing damage to the very end that they were created to help. But against that duality, I don't trust very much the people who believe infinitely in indicators, but I don't believe in people who want no indicators either.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so do we have any other questions? If not, Nicholas has. Oh?
Nicholas says, I also have a question because I raised my hand.
Okay. So, which is the question?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, thank you for the very nice talk. And I was wondering if you could reflect a bit to which degree should a researcher reflect on the possible consequences of their findings. I mean, you spend a lot of time on the nuclear bomb, where the possible suffering is very large, but how is it with technologies that are dual use, that are not so clearly defined? I mean, for example, facial recognition, which has some civil facial recognition technology. It has some civil appliance, but or like dual use technology in general that has a not so clear contrast.
That's true. It's linked to what I mentioned to Leibniz. No, every advance in the unknown always has in itself a possible menace, a possible risk. And for that, I quote Martin Rri as a signal of admiration, not of agreement, in which he said, for example, that technologies that are not so obvious that could produce harm as nuclear weapons, for example, radar, radio astronomy, have at the end produced more harm than well. But I want to believe that overall, with all this risk and all these technology, all these cautions, the general advance of science has produced much more good than bad, particularly in the health system and in possibility that people live, like the Haber cycle. but many times you cannot think that what will produce such a technology. For example, one could easily argue that a technology who has helped to produce all these disasters in weapons is the infinitesimal calculus. But who could say that? That will be saying that the discovery of the alphabet has produced the Bible. We cannot anticipate. For that, we have to learn to live in an ethics of uncertainty. I think the certainties have gone, and we have to develop, and for that, reflections like this cycle, discussions among us, participating in debates as responsible citizens have to be taken into account. It's a very good question, and as to a very good question, I don't have a very good answer. But on the other hand, don't forget other branches of knowledge and of philosophy. Weinberg, the great Weinberg, Steven Weinberg, said that scientists sometimes have produced the means to kill people, but other people have produced the motives. So everybody should be aware and think about this problem, discuss, and be responsible that this, as much as one can, to anticipate some problems, and that responsibility is a good path to ethics.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we can leave the morning session here right now. So we thank again Echenique for coming here and staying here with us today. Thanks a lot, everyone. We will see each other at 2 o'clock with the afternoon sessions. So thanks for being here, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
Led a small group of scientists that inspired the US Brain Initiative, which tries to approach new technologies for the understanding of brain and how it functions, and has helped to form the International Brain Initiative in 2017. He also led the Morningside Group, a global consortium of interdisciplinary experts that advocate for the ethical use of neurotechnology and artificial intelligence. And he currently leads the NeuroRights Foundation that raises awareness about human rights and the ethical implications of neurotechnology. And today he brings us the talk that is titled NeuroRights, Human Rights Guidelines for Neurotechnology. So please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here. So let me just jump right in. So what is neurotechnology? What are we talking about? So neurotechnology are methods and tools and devices that could be optical, it could be electrical, it could be nano. They could be acoustical or magnetic or chemical or molecular, to do two things: to record the activity of the brain, of the nervous system, or to change the activity of the brain, of the nervous system. So why is neurotechnology important? Well, turns out that the brain is not just another organ of the body, but it happens to be the organ that generates all of our mental and cognitive abilities of humans. I'm talking about our thoughts, our memories, our perception, our emotions, our behavior, our motor behavior, our learning.
So, sorry, Rafael, sorry to interrupt you. Are you sharing your screen?
Not yet, no.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, so as I'm saying, the brain generates all of our mental and cognitive abilities. No? So this neurotechnology enables people for the first time in a systematic way to access that information. And in a way, by recording it, we're sort of reading brain activity. And by modifying it, we're writing in a way brain activity. No? So now, why do we care about doing that? Well, for 3 reasons. The first reason, it's scientific. I don't have to justify to you as fellow scientists that scientists were just curious about how things work and how this piece of matter, how the brain, which weighs just a few pounds, no? How it can generate all of mental and cognitive abilities and all of behavior in humans and in all other animals. It's one of the most fascinating topics in science. No, I think it's fair to say, at least from my parochial point of view, that the brain is the most interesting piece of matter in the universe. No, because out of all of that tissue that has a lot of neurons, about 100,000 million, no, you get these amazing mental abilities of humans. No? So that's one reason why neurotechnology is good. It turns out we still don't understand how the brain works. We don't have a general theory of brain function, just like we have the central dogma of molecular biology. Well, we don't have the equivalent, the central dogma or the Maxwell's equations for the brain yet. No? There will be something like that, but we still don't understand it. No? So that's the main reason that many people, including ourselves, are interested in neurotechnology. No? Methods that we've inherited after 100 years of neuroscience have just not been very powerful. They study the brain 1 neuron at a time. And what we need is to actually consider the possibility that the brain is generating emergent properties, just like atoms can generate ferromagnetism. So neurons could generate something that we still don't understand that could be the substrate of all this, of our thoughts, for example. So that's the first reason why neurotechnology is important, is the science. The second reason has to do with a clinic. So I was actually originally trained as an MD, and I went into neuroscience, particularly because of my experience trying to treat mental or neurological patients. No? And you probably know from your own personal experience with family members or with friends that neurological diseases and mental diseases have essentially no cure. No? And we're talking about diseases like Alzheimer's or schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, Parkinson's, stroke, paralysis, mental disabilities. I mean, as you know, these things just cannot be cured yet. No? And the reason they cannot be cured is because as doctors, we need to understand the pathophysiology of the organ, of the disease, in order to be able to cure it. No? The pathophysiology, it's when the normal function of an organ, the physiology function, the physiological function, goes wrong and it's altered. No? So just like to help patients with heart disease, we need to first figure out what the heart does, and then we can actually fix it. The same thing with the brain. But because we lack this general theory, there's really not a good understanding of a lot of these diseases, and let alone of therapeutic approaches to cure them. So that's the second reason. The first reason is scientific. The second reason is medical, and the third reason is actually has to do with the economy. No? For two sub reasons. One is that the nervous system, not just of humans but of all animals, are computing and solving very sophisticated problems with a minimal energetic cost. So for instance, the human brain that can enable us to speak and to invent things and to solve problems that the best supercomputers in the world cannot solve, uses the budget, the energy budget equivalent of a 20-watt bulb. So with a 20-watt bulb, we power all of our minds. And just to put you in perspective, the number of neurons in the human brain is equivalent to 3 times the size of the entire internet of the Earth, in terms of the number of nodes and connections between nodes. So we're powering 3 internets, okay, with the equivalent of a 20-watt bulb. So obviously nature knows how to compute in a different way than that we've implemented with digital computers. So by understanding these computations and these algorithms, it's very likely that we'll have a bio-inspired new technology that could revolutionize the computer industry and the tech industry. No? And closely associated with that is the idea that has been made also public by the leaders of the tech industry now for about 10 years, that as you go through technological revolutions, in the last 50 years, for example, now we went from the mainframe computer to the personal computers, and from the personal computers we went to the tablets, and the tablets to the iPhones, no? And every time there was such a big leap in technology, many new companies got started, and some old companies sort of got left behind. So the perception in the tech industry is that the next jump is going to be from the device like an iPhone that we have in our pocket to a brain-computer interface. A brain-computer interface is sort of the heart of neurotechnology. And these are devices that connect the brain to a computer or to the internet. And these devices could be of 2 types. No, they could be invasive, that require neurosurgery, or they could be non-invasive, that you could wear over your head, just like I'm wearing these earphones. No? It could be a helmet, a diadem. No? And the idea is again very simple: to use neurotechnology to read and write information into the brain, and by doing so, connect humans to the internet in a way which would be much more efficient, with higher bandwidth and than we have currently with the smartphones, where with the smartphones, to type in information, we have to use our little fingers, and to get information back, we use our visual system. So with these BCIs, or brain-computer interfaces, you can actually bypass all of that and directly go in and out with information from the brain to the computer, to the internet. And the reason why the tech industry is very excited about this is because this is like a new world. It will enable people to augment their mental and cognitive abilities, no? With external algorithms or with external hardware. No? So we're talking about human augmentation. And this is something which I think is inevitable. We already have sort of augmented our lives mentally and cognitively by using computers and devices. No, you land in a foreign country, in a foreign city where you've never been. You turn on your phone, turn on your GPS, and you can navigate that city better than a local. So this is an example of mental augmentation using an external device. Now imagine the possibility of having that directly plugged into your brain. So, and this not only would apply to GPSs, but to all kinds of, essentially almost everything that humans do mentally, or cognitively. Our behavior could be changed dramatically. for the better. I mean, we would again enhance our ability to calculate, to decide, have access to vast amounts of information instead of having to go through this little hose of straw, so to speak, of sipping the information through the cell phone. Then we can actually essentially just stream it in. No? So the tech industry is really betting that neurotechnology is going to be the next leap forward. No? And I think with this, you can imagine humanity, just like we learn how to fly and suddenly we conquer the skies. Well, just imagine this could be like flying mentally, no? By using these external, both devices and external algorithms. So this is neurotechnology and why it's important. Why do we have to care about it now? Well, this starts in 2013 with the launching of the US Brain Initiative by President Obama. The Brain Initiative is a large-scale project. It's about 3 times the size of the Human Genome Project. And it's slated to last 15 years. And it employs currently about 550 labs around the country and the world. And the sole purpose of the Brain Initiative is to develop neurotechnology, both invasive and non-invasive types of brain-computer interfaces. Why? For these 3 reasons: for scientific reasons, for medical reasons, and for economic reasons. So the Brain Initiative in the US served as a stimulus for similar brain initiatives around the world. So there's another one in Europe, the Human Brain Project. There's a big one in China. There's one in Japan, in South Korea, in Australia, in Canada, in Israel. So essentially all the industrialized world has jumped in with big investments of funding to develop neurotechnology. And these are the states or federal type of funding in the US. But as of 2020, the tech industry now is outspending, at least in the US, the federal government, the Brain Initiative, by a factor of 6, okay? So for every $1 now that the Brain Initiative is spending on neurotechnology, the tech industry is spending $6. So this is going to propel neurotechnology forward even faster. So this, in a way, it's all great. I mean, you could think, well, this is fantastic. Now, finally, we'll build the tools, just like sequencing the human genome was possible through the development of new technologies. And this has revolutionized biology and medicine. This has launched this field of personalized medicine. So it had a scientific and a medical consequence, and also the human genome had an economic consequence. It launched the field of biotechnology, to the point that for every $1 that was spent in the Human Genome Project, 15 years later, there's been an economic return of $124. So this is an investment that has paid off 124 times. So it's incredible. So for the same reasons, many people think that neurotechnology is actually really it's an urgent thing to do because of the patients, but it's also going to be transformative scientifically, medically, and economically for the society. So why are we worried about this? I mean, shouldn't we be very happy? We're extremely happy, but it turns out that the brain, as I told you, is not just another organ, happens to be the organ that generates the human mind, and the ability to read and write information from the brain naturally means the ability to read and write information from the mind, okay? And so these tools are neutral. They can be used for medicine and for science and for the economy, but they could also be used for other goals. No? So motivated by this, a group of us of 25 experts coming from neurotechnology, from research laboratory, from the clinic, from AI, coming from the tech industry, like the head of AI at Google among them, and representatives of all the brain initiatives from all over the world, from all these countries I mentioned, and also experts in ethics. We got together here in this building, in the Morningside campus at Columbia University in New York, and in 2017, and we call ourselves the Morningside Group. And we examined the ethical and societal consequences of neurotechnology. And we came to the conclusion that that is a human rights issue, that the ability of neurotechnology to access the minds of people and the cognitive abilities of people, because we define ourselves as human beings due to our mental and cognitive abilities, means that for the first time we have a technology that lets us get to the heart of who we are, not to the essence, to the sanctuary of our minds. And we think that this is a situation where citizens should be protected with guidelines and with new human rights against potential abuses coming from neurotechnology. So how far are we from these abuses? Well, I can show you, if you want, a couple of examples of what we do in the lab, so that you can see what people are doing with animals, and what you can do with an animal today, you can do with a human tomorrow. And here on the left, we have a mouse, and we're training this mouse to watch a video screen where we're showing him bars of light. In this case, they're vertical bars of light. And when he sees these vertical bars of light, we train him to lick from a spout. Okay, this is a mouse that's licking. I don't know if you can appreciate that. And then we show him horizontal bars of light, like here, and we train him not to lick from the spout. You see how it's not licking now? Simultaneously, we use neurotechnology. In this case, we use ultra-fast lasers to photon excitation and calcium imaging to measure the activity of neural circuits in the primary visual cortex, which is the part of the brain that receives and analyzes this visual information. So we do this under three conditions. First, we show him these, for instance, vertical bars of light, which are associated with a reward, and we teach him to lick. And simultaneously, we detect which neurons are activated. In this case, these are the neurons in blue that have a 1, are activated when he sees these vertical bars. And this is what we call the go behavior, the lick behavior. So this is a mapping. We map which neural circuits are used to visualize, to perceive these vertical bars of light. Then we show him the horizontal bars of light, and a different set of neurons, a different neural circuit lights up, and we map that. And this is associated with, this is what we call the no-go, the no-lick behavior. And then we turn off the screen, the visual stimulus, and we turn on another laser. In this case, it's also a femtosecond ultra-fast laser. And using a holographic device, a spatial light modulator, we activate specifically these blue neurons here, the neurons in group number 1, that would correspond to the vertical bars of light. Now, in this case, the animal is not seeing anything, we're just essentially activating those neurons with our neurotechnology. And what happens is that the animal licks. In fact, he licks the same number of times with the same delay for the same duration and the same speed that he would lick as if he had seen this visual stimulus. So this means that we're using neurotechnology to both read, decode brain information, and manipulated. So we can implant in his visual cortex essentially a visual hallucination, an image that he has not seen, that he is not seeing, and he behaves exactly the same as if he had seen this image. So this is done not just in our group at Columbia, but in many labs around the world by now. No? The ability to use advanced neurotechnology, in particular optical neurotechnology, to decode and manipulate brain activity and essentially take control of the brain and the behavior of an animal. So how far are we from this in humans? Let me show you an example of the work of my colleagues at Berkeley, Jack Gallant, who uses functional MRI. So this is a hospital-grade magnet to scan the brains of human volunteers when they're seeing images. So in front of you, you have the unfolded map of activity of the cerebral cortex of one person. So this is the left hemisphere and this is the right hemisphere. This is equivalent to taking the cortex and flattening it out with a computer. And the voxels in color represent the degrees of activity that different parts of the cortex experience when the person is looking at an image, let's say the image of a dog. No? So they show the volunteer the image of a dog and they scan the brain, and this is the activity of the cortex in response to a dog. No? And then they show the person another image, let's say the image of a cat. They scan the brain and they get another map of activity, which looks different from this one. There's some similarities, but some differences. And then they keep doing this with about 100 different images. And by doing that, they build essentially a dictionary of patterns, of how the brain responds to different images. And now comes the interesting experiment. They tell the person, think of one of the images that we showed you. And they scan his or her brain, and they, using this dictionary of patterns, they triangulate sort of which pattern the person is thinking of, is getting close to, and they normally are correct. No, they said, hey, you're thinking of a cat or you're thinking of the dog. No? But then comes the interesting thing. They tell the person, think of something that we have not shown you, no? Something new. And in this multidimensional space of 100 images, they sort of map the activity of the cortex to the closest one. And they get pretty close to what the person is thinking, what the person is imagining. And let me show you this decoding algorithm at work. So on the right, you're going to see a video clip that the volunteer is watching. Okay, this is a video clip made with pieces of YouTube movies from the internet. And on the left is the output of the algorithm that is using the scanning of the brain activity using fMRI and decoding these patterns and generating these words that correspond to the images that, according to the algorithm, the person is thinking about. So for instance, you can see here a beach with some palm trees, a building, the sky, this person is walking, and the algorithm is decoding sky, cloud, city, tree, building, walk, people. Then you can see these actresses that are laughing and they're talking to this actor, woman, man, room, talk, walk, face. So as you can see, this is getting pretty close. No? They are they're using these large brain scanners to scan brain activity and to decode images that the person has in his or her mind. So this is information about reading brain activity. And this was done also with technology, which was before the Brain Initiative. No? well, how about now? What can you do now in terms of the neurotechnology that's being developed by the Banerjee Initiative and all these other initiatives around the world in the tech industry? Let me show you one example of a portable brain scanner. This is developed by a company, which is actually a very excellent company called Kernel in California. And instead of using magnetic technology, they use near infrared. They have an array of near infrared sensors that essentially measure blood flow and can deduce brain activity of different parts of the cortex. So they have a spatial resolution that is actually worse than what you would just seen with fMRI scanners, but this is portable. This is something you can actually buy and wear around. And this, let me just show you an example of this brain scanner at work. So this is actually my own brain. I'm wearing one of these prototypes of the Kernel Flow brain scanner. And I'm getting interviewed by the owner of the company. I'm talking to him, and simultaneously my brain activity is getting scanned. At some point in this interview, I was asked to tell a lie, to say something that I know is not true, and simultaneously they're scanning my brain activity. Now they haven't yet decoded the brain activity. They don't really have yet a good model. But you can imagine they could use models like the one that Jack Allen has developed for fMRI, and to start I would say, low-level decoding of brain activity in using portable brain scanners. So these portable brain scanners, incidentally, are since it's non-invasive BCIs, non-invasive brain-computer interfaces, they're not regulated. They're just have the same regulation as consumer electronics. You can just buy it on Amazon. So we're really at the beginning of what could become a systematic recording and decoding of brain activity in people. So so this is just one example of technologies to read brain activity. How about technologies to write brain activity? So we're pretty delayed because of it's always harder to manipulate something than to actually observe it. So, but there's some progress that has been made with BCIs for invasive BCIs for brain activity decoding. And let me just show you one example. So this is now probably the most advanced BCI that I know of. So this is a chip that's 2 centimeters in surface, that is 150 microns thick. It's a CMOS chip. It's wireless, okay? Doesn't require any external connector. It's flexible. You can actually wrap it around your finger or around a piece of metal, and it has 1 million electrodes that you can use to record brain activity, and 100,000 electrodes to stimulate brain activity. So this chip has been developed under the Brain Initiative as a prosthesis for the blind. So you have peripheral blindness. You can imagine connecting the brain to a camera and piping visual information directly into the visual cortex through these chips in a wireless fashion. So you can imagine if you can do that, you can put these chips in a blind person, but you could also imagine putting it in a person that is not blind, or in a soldier, or in someone who wants to be connected to the stock market feed, or I mean, just the sky's the limit. You were talking about enhancing human abilities. So as I told you, our position is that we're dealing with a human rights problem. What we need is new human rights, because the existing human rights regulation, which was created in 1948, has not been updated since in terms of the Universal Declaration. And it's definitely something that's not prepared to deal with the world that we live in. So our proposal is, just to finish up, is to establish new human rights that we call NeuroRights or brain rights to protect the brain of citizens. And specifically, we think there should be a new human right to protect mental privacy, so that the content of your neural activity, or the brain activity, cannot be extracted or decoded without your consent. The right to your own mental identity, because just like I show you with mice, the brain generates all of our mental and cognitive abilities, including the concept of self. And we can change that in animal experiments. And we've also, my colleagues have seen also changes in the concept of self, in the personalities of people, of patients that are using neurotechnology for implantable neurotechnology for Parkinson or severe depression or addiction. This is the brain, the deep brain stimulators, for example. So we think that the concept of self has to be protected as a basic human right. In fact, it should be the first human right in the Universal Declaration, because if you don't have the right to your own self, what are the other rights good for? No? And also the right to your own agency, to your free will, so that you can take decisions without external influence into your brain. And this is important to note, that neurotechnology for the first time lets you get into the place where the decisions are made. You know, humans have been trying to manipulate each other for thousands of years, but if you feel if you are being manipulated, you always know that the information is coming from the outside, no? Either from the web, from the social media, or you hear it, or you read the newspapers. But this is very different. With neurotechnology, you get inside. So any changes that you do, like we've demonstrated with mice, are interpreted, not as an outside manipulation, but actually as this is what you are, what you think. So that makes it also very important that we protect the identity of people, the agency of people, and also that we have a way to keep the algorithms used in neurotechnology and the devices free of any potential bias. No? Because the biases in this case are going to get inserted into the heart of our mental world. No? And the final human right is the equitable access to neuro augmentation. So until we have neuro augmentation, it could pass a decade or more, but it will happen. This is something that's in our future. It's unavoidable. So we need to be ready for the time where we could augment ourselves as a species. No? And we have to set the rules under which conditions are we going to do this? Who's going to get augmented? For what reason? And we think that they should be judged under the universal principle of justice. No? That justice should prevail in terms of determining how these augmentation technologies get deployed. So this is essentially our agenda. We published a paper in Nature in 2017, the Morningside Group, proposing these new NeuroRights. And since then, we've been advocating for these new human rights in different countries, in different organizations, and also disseminating information. We're doing outreach as well. And I'm happy to report that some of this effort has been successful. For instance, in the Republic of Chile, the parliament has changed the constitution, put a constitutional amendments, approved it unanimously, that declares cerebral activity and the information that comes from it protected as a basic human right. So Chile is the first country where there is legislative protection of brain activity. And we're working with other countries, with the US, we're also working with the UN. The Secretary General has also been getting involved in this issue of neuro rights. And he proposed that the UN has to update the Universal Declaration with respect to novel technologies, and specifically mention neurotechnology. So we're in the middle of this, and anyway, with this, I'll be happy to take questions and get your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the really interesting talk. I don't know, I think we have a question from Mateo. Please go forward.
I didn't actually have a question. I was just clapping my hands. But since you called my name, I have a question as well. So I could actually do that at the same time. So yeah, thank you very much for the talk. However, I was just thinking, we are basically, I mean, the difference from my understanding is that for this type of technology to kind of be implemented, somebody has to have access to the actual head, no? So I'm thinking about people running around with foil on their head to protect themselves from radiation and so on. But now the influences we have from like social media and so on, we try to regulate that, then we basically are not really able to do that without interfering with your own will, no? So to say, how do you think that in the future this, or what are the chances that these types of regulation will work more successfully?
Yeah, we think the regulation of technology has essentially failed. And the reason is because all the societies around the world have waited for the technology industry to self-regulate. And obviously they haven't done that. And what we find is that these technologies get widespread, and then you start seeing the negative consequences, and then you try to regulate, and it's almost impossible. Now you can imagine what happened with the European GDPR, which is not a great law, but it sort of arrives late to the party. And so what we're proposing is something different. Is first of all, we, instead of waiting for things to happen, why don't we make things happen? And instead of regulating technology with laws like the European GDPR, why don't we change the human rights laws? Because if you have new human rights, you cannot develop new technologies unless they fit the human right framework. It's a little bit like deciding, first of all, what type of humans we want to be. Let's write this in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And then any technology can be developed in the future as long as it fits the definition of what we want to be, no? It's a little bit the difference between being in an airplane as a passenger and having someone else drive the plane and take you wherever they want, or being the pilots of the plane. And I think this is sort of what we hope to achieve with these new human rights. I think there's a question from Mikkel in the chat. Do you think that in the not too distant future, chips implanted in the brain, we will reach the point of being all mentally connected? Actually, with animal experiments with rats and monkeys, people have already connected more than several animals together. And in terms of humans, so it's a very primitive type of telepathy has been achieved at the University of Washington in Seattle, where one person in one part of the campus is wearing a BCI, non-invasive BCI, which is transmitting command to another BCI, which another person wears on the other side of campus. And that BCI stimulates magnetically a part of the brain that makes the person flex its fingers. No? So one person is sending the command to another one to flex his fingers. This is a very primitive way of telepathy, but it's the beginning of what I think the answer is yes. I don't know about when would that happen, because we need neurotechnology to both read and write, but I would give it 20 years. And at that point, many of us will be probably connected through BCIs. Yeah. And speaking would be faster than to do it mentally. Yes, I agree with you. And not only speaking a different language too, no? I mean, you can combine, this is an example of human augmentation. No? You can combine a BCI that decodes your speech. And this, by the way, is not science fiction. In patients that are wearing invasive BCIs, patients that are paralyzed, for example, my colleagues at Stanford last year published a paper in which they were able to decode speech, both written speech and verbal speech at about 100 words per minute. and you can have that information translated into another language, okay, and emit it to another person mentally, no? Without using your mouth or your fingers or anything. No? So this is not crazy. Yeah.
We have another question from Gabriele, I think was first.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, first, thanks for the nice talk. It was really interesting. My question is not actually about ethics, even though it was the main focus, let's say, of the presentation, but it's more technical. I was just, I'm not really sure if I understood how it works, but we were speaking about the coding brain activity, let's say, mapped from with MRI. And you showed how from the particular brain activity of a given subject, of a given sample, let's say, of a person, you can decode the brain activity associated with like the vision of a video into the specific words that are now the focus point in the video, no? So
yep.
If there is a person, then you decode the word person, man, whatever. But my question is that only specific for that subject? Like, yep. Because I imagine that every word would be somehow saved in a different place of the human yep. brain, depending yep. on the.
Yes, so researchers have to build a model, a decoder, yep. Okay, and the decoder is specific for each subject. So you have to build a decoder for each subject. To be more technical, if you look at the variance of the activity maps across people, about 70% of the information is common, and 30% is actually person-specific. But that person-specific information is critical for the decoding. But that's not that different from what happens currently with the tech industry, where the algorithms are building a model of each of us, and that's why we have personalized ads. No? So, yeah. So I think what could really very well happen is that if you're wearing, for instance, these BCIs or these headsets or helmets to mentally do things, to, as I was telling you earlier, to type mentally instead. This is actually the product that many companies are trying to build, the ability for a brain decoder to work in real time so that you don't have to use your fingers to type. You can just think and have words written in the, again, at 100 words per minute, no, in your screen. Yeah. Well, if you can do that, then the companies will build, they will have to build a model that's specific for you to decode your brain activity, but they can decode not just what you want to type, but also all kinds of things like you saw in this video, and all that type of information. Every time a woman comes in your field of view, suddenly you start generating other thoughts. No? So this is just an example of how mental privacy could be completely blasted by this technology.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. But yeah, thanks. Very interesting.
Thank you, Gabriele. Unfortunately, we only have time for one more question, and that is going to go for Yvonne. So please.
Hello. Thanks for the insightful talk. I wanted to ask you about parallelisms between the NeuroRights that you presented and genomic privacy rights. You mentioned how sequencing technology and the Human Genome Project have enabled personalized medicine. Editing genomes is also possible. And you have shown that similarly how neurotechnologies can code and decode brain activity. So my question is, do you think that NeuroRights can build upon the efforts that are being done in genomic privacy regulation? Are there any synergies between this, the most intimate of ourselves, that is our thoughts, and our genome? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's very synergistic. In fact, we're proposing a human rights approach to all of technology, not just neurotechnology, but also to genomics, and also, or actually rather than genomics, to genetic engineering, and also to all the digital technologies, including the internet, the metaverse, social media, surveillance, all gaming, all of these technologies have not been regulated, or they have, as we discussed earlier, a posterior regulation in the form of specific laws. And we think that in the case of new technology, it's very clear why human rights approach is necessary, because we're dealing with the heart of what it means to be human. But I think this could be like a spearhead to extend this human rights approach to all of technologies, including genomics. No? And we're actually, this is a broader and more ambitious goal. Our foundation is devoted to NeuroRights, but we're also discussing with several governments and organizations to broaden this human rights approach to all technology. And this is very different from the way things are being done. No? I mean, if you talk about people that care about regulation of technology in different parts of the world, no one has ever thought of making this human rights issue. No, they don't associate human rights with technology, but I think this is this could be a very valuable thing moving forward. No? It's essentially what I was describing earlier. Instead of being the passengers of a plane that someone else is driving and taking us somewhere else, how about if we are driving the plane? This is where we want to go. This is what it means to be human. This is what we want to preserve in our humanity. And then you can bring any technology you want, as long as you are the passenger. Now, as long as we're going there. No?
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Rafael, for the extremely interesting talk. Really interesting insights of the topic, and that's going to be it for this talk. So please, a round of applause for Rafael for his time and his dedication in the presentation.
Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening.
I don't know if she is there around. Yeah.
Yes, I'm around. I'm here.
Hi. They're an academic philosopher and a postdoc fellow at the University of Vienna. They hold a PhD from the Marie Curie Trainee Initiative Top Novo at the University of Plymouth. They took part of studies in philosophy at the European Graduate School in Salzburg, involved robot ethics and data ethics, among other topics, with a keen interest in the socioeconomic and political issues involving AI or data structure. The focus of her recent work fellowship is on data explainability and democracy. And they're going to present a talk titled AI Ethics and Politicization of Climate Science. So whenever you want.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for still hanging in. I hope you can hear me well. Otherwise, just let me know. Great. Okay. Hello. Okay. First of all, I just see, of course, as it is with presentations, I changed my title a little bit, but that's not a problem. It's still about AI ethics and climate science. I will just say, I guess, a bit less about the politicization because it became quite a big topic for half an hour, but I hope that's not a problem. And I can also see that in all the talks before, the topic of ethics came up a few times. So I very much hope I'm not repeating things, but just make the discussion a bit broader. But I would love to have also input from previous speakers if they're still around. I will try to share my presentation with you, and I hope that works. Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, does it work?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I just have to put it on. Oh, now it doesn't really. I'm sorry. Is that it's actually a bit better for me like this. Is that still okay for you? Do you want the whole screen? I mean,
we can see the slides. If anyone has any problem, they can raise their hand.
Okay, great. So yeah, thank you for introducing me, but maybe I say a little bit more about my work as well. I'm Evgenia Stambuliev. You can pronounce it whatever way you want. It's the Austrian way of pronouncing it. I work at the University of Vienna as a postdoc researcher. And in my department, we do philosophy of technology and media, and we have different foci in the team. My colleague and I recently have been working more on topics of democracy and AI and climate science. My colleague, Professor Mark Kuckelberg, he's a professor in the field, and he started a few years ago to increase the discussions on climate more in this discussion, and that's why I would like to focus a bit more on that topic today. However, because it's such a big field, I would like to maybe introduce briefly to those who are not that familiar with what is AI and AI ethics, and not so much talk about climate science, but more of the use of AI in climate science. And I guess the major point I would have is to raise an awareness of why we can actually profit from combining those two discussions. That's something that's quite important to me, because there is a bit of a blind spot in AI ethics on climate topics, and at the same time, maybe a blinder spot in climate science on issues with AI, which as a technology has become increasingly dominant for modeling climate trends. Okay. So, oh, sorry, just lost a presentation. So the structure will be a bit about more general at the beginning of us being in a global climate crisis. I think there's nothing to be discussed about that or debated, but I will point to the issue of how do we lead to action, and how this artificial intelligence play into that. A bit of a historical overview on maps, from maps to models, and the idea that climate technology has always been around. So in that sense, there's nothing actually new about that. Then I will very, very briefly talk about what is AI to make this a bit more clear. The use or implementation in society, then ethics, just sketch out a few issues or a few discussions, talk about that too. And the major part will be to bring up a bit of awareness on why could an ethical lens help us to understand a few discussions in climate science, especially when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence. And topics will be the idea of responsibility and transparency, and overall a discussion on benefits and harm of AI models for climate. And I would conclude the discussion and my talk with almost like a self-critical ambition I have, which is to even rethink that AI ethics might be a bit too limited to discuss certain climate problems today. From crisis to action, how? What do I mean by that? So I have a few quotes. They're a bit broad, but the first one is about the idea that climate crisis is happening. It's an issue. It will affect not only human population, but also different kind of groups on the planet on different kind of levels. So that's a given. At the same time, we have the problem of not 100% having one strategy how to resolve this. So I think even the previous talk just briefly mentioned the idea of policy making and governments and who gets involved in what kind of strategies. So this is linked to the to the lack of global governance on that topic. And overall, this is even made more complicated by a much more conceptual issue, which is discussed in environmental humanities and philosophy, that the term of climate is in itself a very abstract term and is such a totality of a term that we have a hard time conceptually to really make it experienceable or to narrow it down to something that's very understood even by wider publics. And for example, Horn talks about the climate crisis being a catastrophe without event, which should not be misunderstood as it's not real or it's not happening or the data is not serious, but that we can only sketch out models or predict certain trends, or we can notice events in the moment of a locality, but we cannot really grasp the totality of the idea of what is climate. And this might be one reason why it has always fascinated researchers, and it has been also a very political topic throughout history. And I very briefly just have two different opposites even in history. So while climate, not climate science, it wasn't science back then, but the idea of mapping climate was still very popular, obviously for thousands of years. But it peaked in the 17th centuries in the sense that it became almost like a geographical and local, so locally fixed topic. And in this map, you can see that, which is by Andreas Cellarius from the 17th century. And you can see that back then, his idea of the climate was that it's locally bound to 3 zones of the Earth. And one of the things that changed from back then, because it was considered to be a fixed thing, so every zone has its fixed temperature and climate distribution, and especially from the last century on, when we started to use increasingly more computational models, we have developed towards new forms of prediction, climate prediction, which is computational. And Heyman speaks of cultures of prediction being also very, not just technological ways now of exploring the climate, but also stabilizing factor for society and for public perception of what is climate. So the models we use today, beginning from, let's say, the 50s or 60s, when computational models became stronger and stronger integrated into climate science, are also increasingly and widely shaping social narratives of what we consider to be climate and what we consider to be climate crisis. Now, this is where artificial intelligence comes in. It's not just used for fun or nice to have, but in this whole debate of what is climate and how can we narrow down climate, how can we find ways to illustrate issues we have and trends, artificial intelligence is considered to be a huge factor in this, and a possibility to calculate certain things. And what it is actually it's there is no wider agreement on what specifically it is, because it's not one thing. So that's the first aspect to point out. It can be viewed from a computational perspective as a branch of computer science, in which intelligent behavior and computers is being programmed. Intelligent is a term that some really don't like to use so much, because it has this association that it compares or simulates human intelligence, which I would say research has moved away from. However, one of the aspects of the computational is that it really adds on increasingly new levels of complexities, which are very often intransparent, because it has a certain learning effect within the algorithm. So it can adapt to the problems, and this idea of it being more than it's programmed is then feedbacks into newer discussions on how can we make artificial intelligence more transparent for scientists, but also for policymakers and publics. The term artificial intelligence can be replaced with other terms as well. So some talk about machine learning, and the more specific it gets, the more different terms there are. In this talk, I will just talk about artificial intelligence, but it affects neural networks, deep learning, machine learning, many topics that are subsumed under this idea of artificial intelligence. There are other perspectives too on it, which try to see it as something that is completely socio-technical. So it's a wider network of actually relationships we build in societies. For Kugelberg, it's a science, technology, and also political level. So the discussions of AI being a political instrument and even process become louder recently. And interesting for this talk might be one perspective from Crawford. She coined the term AI Atlas, which changed the discussion a little bit because it became a bit clearer for many, at least. It became clearer that when we talk about AI, we don't just talk about something that is, purely isolated as a algorithmic structure, and then we just use it within the computer, but actually that we talk about complete material resources, about energy, about waste, about human labor, fuel, logistics. So it's a whole network of geographical and geopolitical things as well. And this is where it affects climate science equally from both sides, but I will talk about that later. AI in society, as I more or less briefly mentioned, AI cannot be viewed isolated as a thing we just apply. So most people dealing with AI ethics or critical AI studies will agree on that. However, we do talk about it as a technology, but we also don't have an instrumental view in technology anyway. It is important to see it as a transformational process for discussions on decision making and agency and so on, and where it's being implemented into specifics, then we can see it in political decision making, we can see it in agricultural planning, medicine. It's very big in medicine. Recently, the discussions of planning around COVID regulations have been heavily relying on AI, which has given it also a huge boost in innovation, and more money has been pumped actually into developing AI. Now, AI ethics is a rather transdisciplinary field. However, it's nonetheless limited to a few discussions that go back into traditional ethics. I say traditional ethics because some of them are still oriented very much about human beings, and this influences on the debate of climate. And this is why I also in this talk would like to even critique a little bit the borders of AI ethics as such, and this idea of being human-centered. For this talk, I've just made two different discussions, which is of course a bit simplified and they're intersected, but I would like just to give an overview of discussions that are rather normative in nature and others that are very practical, oriented towards issues, for example, like self-driving cars, autonomous cars, or facial recognition, emotion recognition, or decision-making in data structures, into logistics or infrastructure in whatever way. Those two are of course intersected. So when we talk about self-driving cars, some of the problems are, at what point does the car decide how and in whose favor, and who decides when? So there are so many basically levels on which one can focus on the idea of autonomy, but also the idea of responsibility. And in the end, it's also a discussion of safety, obviously, and transparency as well. Like if we drive, or if we start employing self-driving cars, where is this all going, and how do people know how much autonomy they still have, or the car has? It has become a rather problematic technology in the context of recognition systems, because what is being established so far is that AI leads to an amplification of bias and of discrimination. That's why that's one of the aspects that is very problematic at the moment. And I personally don't agree with conceptions that AI creates bias, but that for me, it's more or less a technology or a process that amplifies structures that were mostly in place already before. And then they're being made either stronger or being made visible. And now I will try to link those two things of climate science and AI ethics to discuss a few specific problems. They're not all of them, they're of course only examples because of the half an hour limitations we have. One thing which I consider to be crucial is when we talk about AI or machine learning, here I've kind of listed them, models, which technically speaking, they have a very clear goal, an idea, an ambition to make a complex phenomena more understandable. And this, of course, affects things like how do we foresee future trends in certain climate developments, in certain emission growth, or in temperature changes. This is absolutely crucial for policy. So these models have lots of value for society, but at the same time, we need to put an ethical lens on them because they challenge or bring up lots of questions about responsibility, transparency, and partially explainability as well. Because in all of that, the making of models and climate models is not a neutral process either. It's there are many actors involved in this, deciding on what is being modeled, what data is being valuable. This is not just given, so those things are not just per se just there. They have to be decided by either, when I say actors, I mean from individual human beings, but mostly I talk about institutions, of course. And if it's governmental institutions or private corporations, doesn't really matter. That's a conflict in itself. Then who accredits those models? That's another big discussion that is normally not so much in the public, that scientific models for that are even used for policy or are more binding than others have to be accredited by other institutions in between. So there are lots of translation process in between. And one of the concern in all of that is, of course, from an ethical perspective, how do societies know about that? How do publics know about that? Who explains this? How? Are these processes transparent? Do they have to be? So one can even ask much more profound questions in how much does the public have to know, or how much autonomy do individual citizens have in this kind of process? Do they need any? Is it maybe slowing down the process? How much of democracy and democratic principles do come into this? Specific issues on this topic of transparency and responsibility, but also explainability, is the black box problem and the speeding up of AI innovation. The black box, and maybe people from technology studies have heard that before. I use two different points of view in this talk. One is from Latour, the other one from Pascal, and Latour is a social scientist. The issue he brings up increasingly, besides the point that he says technoscience or technology and science are political ecologies, he also says that paradoxically, the more science and technology succeed, the more opaque and obscure they become. So that very much links to the previous kind of questions I raised of how do we make transparent not only what AI is, but also how we use certain models and for what value. And Pascal has a similar problem with the black box, but he rather says in terms of AI innovation and AI technology, it's not just that the process of what algorithms do becomes more problematic, more intransparent, but that we have also more and more companies profiting from that and developing these kind of processes. And the citizens don't actually know anymore at what side, what kind of data is being taken from them or being processed or gathered. The idea of the speed is very much linked to the black box. It's not separate from it. However, the speed issue is not just that AI increasingly, that AI innovation has just peaked in recent times and more money is being put into it and it's developing very fast and very quick. many companies obviously also profit from it. Speed is a discussion that in a climate context is an important one, because on the one hand we have the urgency discussion, so we have climate science having to speed up, or climate crisis mitigation having to be much quicker and much more on binding legislation and actions. And at the same time, there is a dark side and a negative side of AI and even technology in general, speeding up in being made, produced, or applied. And I will talk about that in the next slide, which will focus on benefits and harm. So in technical terms, or when it comes to the specific application, prediction models, which are the models I mainly talk about here, where AI is being applied in climate science, prediction models do have their value in optimizing lots of energy chains, or waste management, resource management, infrastructure, emission trends, and so on. So I mentioned a few already, and that's a given. So these things do play not only into policy, but they can improve lots of issues where we have huge amounts of data we can process much better now due to the capacity that AI has. One example would be, I just recently read about that, I'm not actually quite sure if it's already implemented, the digital product passport, for example, the German Ministry for the Environment wanted to implement. I'm not quite sure, again, if it's implemented. So the idea is to track products from the very first steps of being, made to being sold. And of course, this can have many benefits. That's without doubt. You can trace, fair trade products or not. You can see if there's exploitation somewhere in the chain, and so on. So there's lots of things that make this kind of modeling. First of all, it's very complex, obviously, but it makes it also very beneficial. However, at the same time, we have to ask other questions as well. There is no wider agreement on what kind of processes are being optimized. When is it really that the process in itself is optimizing a certain process as a whole, and when is it just making maybe more harm long term? It's not quite clear when do companies profit from it, or is it environmental profit? How can we even measure this? When do governments decide on that as well? Often they have an advisory role, but then industry implements the regulations completely different. Who really controls those things, especially on a global level? That's a huge problem. And the discussion of what kind of harm is happening is increasingly growing as well. There is, on the one hand, there is a certain harm that can happen just from the very application of AI. So when I talk about the benefits of linking AI ethics to climate science, then one of the major things I have in mind, at least, or I find to be very valuable, is that we can, in principle, just discuss what does AI really do? So do we need it? When do we need it? And when don't we need it? And can we make a certain equation of how beneficial it will be in certain applications and in others not? AI is not one program. It's very often, as I called this AI Atlas from Crawford, it's a whole machine of resources, material, and energy. And that's actually quite problematic. So what is very often being advertised as optimizing a certain process of climate destruction can, in fact, by increasing the use of AI, become even worse in the process. Brevini calls this the mystification of AI. She's very, very critical of using AI for climate science, or not just that, but even selling AI as a solution to the climate crisis. Which brings me to the next issue, and I think even the final one. The problem of the technofix or technosolutionism, that's another thing to really bear in mind. what does it mean? So on the one hand, those two things are related, they're not really the same. So on the one hand, we can say AI is, or in very specific applications, it can be very beneficial, and it can improve certain, again, let's say energy management chains. At the same time, there's always the danger of just having AI as a corporate strategy of just profiting from its making. And I have an example here. I'm actually not quite sure. We can debate it later if someone wants to or knows even more about it. I've come across the research of Klaus Lackner, who's I think at the Arizona State University, researching on artificial trees. That's not AI as such, but it's one of those techno fixes or techno solutions to a wider problem. I don't necessarily want to say that therefore it's bad. It's just the problem might be much wider and more complex than just resolving it with a new technology. And what he did, or what he still is developing, are so-called artificial trees. You can see them in the picture. They're not real trees, but they look a little bit like trees. The idea is to clean carbon dioxide from the air. However, this is technically hugely complicated. And I've read on the critical side of it that while it might be still very, very expensive to do this, this might even get cheaper long term. But apparently, to go back to the level of emissions of carbon dioxide emissions of the 90s, or to really reduce them sustainably, you will need, I think, over 30 million of those trees. So in the end, it's a bit of a, the calculation is not really working out at the moment. So on the one hand, it is scientifically amazing what he came up with, and technologically, at the same time, there's always this kind of balanced discussions where we have to see how much sense does it really make. This goes very much along with the idea of, in principle, thinking that technology will make things better. I have Brevini again, who's talking about the mystification as well. So she's very critical with this. I think that's one of the discussions to definitely keep in mind, where ethical points of view can contribute to a wider critique on this and on the use of AI. And I guess the ultimate goal of this talk is, because I could only briefly discuss specific examples, is to have a much wider discussion on interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary discussions actually on this topic, because it will not be enough to discuss climate science as something like a techno-scientific discussion. It won't be enough to only look at AI. It won't also be enough to just say, okay, we keep revisiting ethical issues we had in the past, because they tend to be human-centered in the way that they don't take climate discussions into account so much, but consider the human actor to be the most important one. At least this is changing, obviously, and there are environmental ethics, but I mean, when it comes to technology of, when it comes to ethics of technology. So this is a very specific area that still very often puts a bit of a dual relationship between the human and the technology, and it just doesn't work that easy anymore. So I will urge basically to talk more about concerns with an ethical urgency, and they're much more oriented and designed as clusters that need broader discussions. And when it comes to ethics, then the discussions also can be still considered ethical, but they don't have to necessarily be fed only from ethics or from an ethical field. The idea would be to increasingly move into something like critical AI studies, which is already a thing. So it's already an existing discussion and canon of research that tries to be a bit more, to look still at ethical problems, but not so much close down the discipline to philosophy. This, again, is social because of the present urgency we have in the climate discussion. This is in principle just a very urgent topic, and good is that we do have more and more literature and researchers looking into that as well, not just from climate science or environmental humanity, but from technology studies and from philosophy of technology. And I was quite intrigued by the concept of political ecology by Latour. I find it, he has this term of we should not be certain about any technology being risk-free. And I like this expression, and we can even discuss it if someone is interested more, to just keep on interrogating and not agreeing with the idea that something is becoming a black box. So to not rely on the certainty that once something is applied like AI, we just have to continue using it without questioning its implementation, which is never just technological. It's always not just within societies and cultural, but it's very much environmental and it's very much political as well. And I think that's it. Yes. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you so much, Echenique, for your insight and the perspective of your really nice talk. Now is the time for questions. If anyone has any comment or questions or any other. Andreas has a question. Thank you, Andreas.
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. I'm a bit lost about the discussion about AI and climate science. Are you talking about AIs as a specific tool being utilized in climate science? Because climate science, of course, has a lot more conventional simulations, but even, of course, there are a lot of actual measurements and not just everything is based on simulation or modeling. So I didn't quite understand, is AI being perceived as a big step towards an ultimate possible solution, and that's where you're concerned about, or how do I need to understand this?
Yes, more or less, it's exactly that, but it's also an attempt to even open up AI ethics, but also climate science to link with AI ethics, because I think that many problems can be only decided upon or discussed if we bring those discussions together. Very often we have a discussion in AI ethics which is not so much aware of climate problems, and vice versa, there are discussions in AI ethics. So I'm really talking about more conceptual ideas as well, and not so much about specifics. Of course, AI, as I said, is such a big term. There is not one thing that I can just limit to. However, the awareness of even just being much more careful in how much we just expand on more technology, more modeling, and more implementation, that can be, it can be more beneficial if we link those two things together, so we can be a bit more aware of concerns that come up.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? No? Well, thank you, Echenique, for the talk again. That was very interesting. I think it's always interesting to see new points of view and you know, involving news, criticism, and checking for what we can do and we can think of new technologies and how we apply them. I think it's always a very interesting point of view. So thank you again for your talk.
Thank you all for listening. I think it's been a long day, so thank you for hanging in.
All good. Thank you. Next up, we have Matteo, who is going to be introducing the picture contest that we held. So I guess he will take over.
Hello, yes, I will take over and I will share my screen from here, if that's okay. I will do that now.
Thank you, Matteo.
And please do start sharing PowerPoint slideshow. There we go. So do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect. So then we can start having a look at, do you see also this? No problem. Interesting case. So These are the photos that participated in this year's photo contest. And yes, so I made this just a few slides to show all the images for everybody once again, and then to reveal the winner of this year photo contest. The suspense is very high. So this is the top 50% of this year's photo contest, and the top 3 are the following images sent in by the following people. So we have Eugenie that sent in a transistor microprocessor image. We have Roman with his particle escaping another particle, and then Oksana with the nanobales. So at the 3rd position, we have Roman. Congratulations. Eugenie comes in at the 2nd with his transistor, which means that Oksana takes home the prize and keeps her place as the reigning queen of the scientific photo contest at nanoGUNE. Congratulations, Oksana. I will pass by with some gifts, and then I'll talk with Ushue to see how we do with expanding your photo collection. And if you want to say anything about your image, you are more than welcome to do so if you have some interesting remarks or comments you would like to share with everybody.
Maybe next year, Oksana could give a seminar on how to take pretty pictures and, and whatnot as a 2-year consecutive winner of this contest.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, guys. It was unexpected.
Was it expected or unexpected?
Unexpected. I was thinking maybe, yeah, for this year to send something just to take part and support this photo contest. And yeah, I definitely didn't expect that it could make a second time. But this, I think, as this first image, the second one was also like something unexpected and so in my sample. So it was a small discovery for me, something I didn't expect. So it's nice to see such things on your sample.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you for the image, and congratulations once again.
Thanks.
And with that, I guess I leave over to the rest of the organizers that have some closing remarks, I suppose.
Yeah, thank you, Matteo. So yeah, with these, we're going to conclude the 2022 edition of the PhD workshop. So thank you to all the attendees and to all the people that gave a talk and provided with really interesting insights of the topic that we don't really dedicate too much attention to, but from now on, I think we'll be a little bit more conscious about. So thank you so much again for your time and your dedication, and we hope to see you again in the future. Thank you.